Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Vikram Khanna. I am the treasurer of AMC. I welcome you all on a Sunday morning to the FINCON 22, that is the financial conference of AMC. I would like to introduce Dr. Hemant Dugar, Secretary AMC, who will carry forward the proceedings from here. Dr. Hemant Dugar is postgraduate in obstetrics and gynecology, practicing since 1985. He has his own multi-speciality hospital in Andheri East since 1990, which is a 25-bedded hospital. He is currently the honorary secretary of AMC. He has been the ex-assistant honorary at the BMC Cooper Hospital, which is now a medical college. He has been associated with Lions Club International since 92-93 and has been the district governor of the Lions District 3231A3 in 2014-15. He has also been associated with the Purvanas Special School Goregaon since 1994. I invite Dr. Hemant Dugar to begin the proceedings. Over to you, Dr. Hemant.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
ना बाप बड़ा ना भैया, सबसे बड़ा रुपया. पैसा भगवान नहीं होता है, लेकिन भगवान से कम भी नहीं होता है. This is what is very well embedded in the minds of our president, Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre. She is a practicing gynecologist and advocate. She doesn't practice only profession she is in is medical, and she is currently our president. Very dynamic. Today morning at 5:30, 6 o'clock, she was at Bandra Fort for a KEM AMC marathon, and from there straight fresh for the FinCon. We all welcome Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre. She's been associated with Mumbai Dhadkan. She is associated with many other social organizations. Very straightforward and always, there you see it's secretary of being doctors and ex-committee member of the Foxy also. So here is to you, our president, Dr. Nilima Vaidya Bhambre. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Hemant, for that introduction. And yes, I really am back from the marathon, and I did run 3 kilometers today. And it was a fabulous day and a fabulous way to start today's day. Like Hemant said that yes, बाप बड़ा ना भैया, सबसे बड़ा रुपया, all right. But सबसे बड़ा रुपया हमेशा नहीं होता है. I realized it very, very early in my life, and that's why I never ran after money. But today I ran the marathon, and health है तो wealth है, और wealth है तो जहाँ है. So health is more important. Wealth is equally important, but definitely not more important than the health. I understand that all of us are very, 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 very busy practitioners, and we are earning money, and we are not aware, of how exactly to go about practicing. In today's scenario, it's even more difficult. And that is why the need for this particular topic of scaling up your practice, establishment and scaling up. I was not aware. I wish someone had made me aware of these kind of things so that I would have been able to do this at the right time when I started my practice. But it is never too late to learn. and all the new practitioners, I hope you attend this with full attention, not only for MMC credit points, but actually to know how to scale up your practice. And I will hand over back to Dr. Vikram Khanna, who's the MOC for the session today. And let us carry on and let us listen to the actual people who want to tell us that once you earn, how to invest. Let us not negate the importance of the financial advisors in our life, because our job is to earn money, managing our hospital, managing our patients. Investment part should be left to these providers who are there to help us and guide us. It is very easy to say, that you can do it on your own and you can do it on this, but our main focus is our practice and our patients. Our focus should never shift. And that is why financial advisors are extremely important. They should be doing their job and earning their money. We should be doing our job and earning our money, and they will help us multiply our money. And believe me, experts are experts after all. So I hand over to Vikram, and Vikram, chalo, the ball is in your court. Let us have a sixer. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilima, for injecting that much needed dose of dynamism on a Sunday morning. And congratulations on completing the marathon. So the physical marathon is over. Now the fiscal marathon will begin. It is my proud privilege to introduce our own Dr. Narendra Dedhia. Dedhia sir is the ex-professor and head of department at the Sir J.J. Group of Hospitals and Grant Medical College of the Nephrology Department. He is also the managing director and CEO of Parak Hospital in Ghatkopar, which is a hospital with a new concept. He is also the architect of the Bombay model of dialysis. His special interest is in educating financially for doctors and making them financially free and financially literate. He has received many awards, notably from the Gujarat government from the hands of Shri Narendra Modi ji. He has been appointed as the honorary nephrologist to the governor of Maharashtra and has been the ex-nephrologist also. He has received various awards from various forums, notably the Dana Dahijia Award from the University of Missouri, Columbia, and also the Best Citizen Award from the hands of late Sri Gopinath Mundeji. I invite Dr. Narendra Dedhia to share his wisdom from his vast experience. Dr. Dedhia, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Vikram, for the kind introduction. And I thanks our president and AMC to be a convener of this very, very important program. In fact, financial freedom, giving a financial knowledge is my main motto for our doctor colleagues, that I can help them at any time, anywhere, and probably helpful to solve their financial problems. Like our Bhisma Pitama, Mr. Dr. Lalit Kapoor sir, who is always available to all of us in the medical legal things. At least I will try little bit following the sir's pathway, that if I can help our members, our doctor colleagues in the financial literacy, financial problems. This is a very, very important topic and is very close to my heart. And let me tell you one important point, that we are extremely good in our skill. We are extremely good in our finances, our professional skill, but we are a very poor managers. We are having a no management skill. And here the IITian people score over us, that they do much better because they know the management skill. There is a class of management skill. Being a teacher at the JJ and other places, what I realized, this is the thing what we are lacking in our curriculum, that management, then whether the scaling of the business or financial management or HR management and so on. So that is very important for all of us, and that we are missing. So somehow if we can do something on that, that always will be the helpful. Now, how this today's topic came to our mind, that scaling of the business or be a successful medical professional, as rightly our president said, yes, money is important. We can do the right things, how we can be more. This taught us many things. And out of this pandemic, that March 2020, pandemic had brought some good things also and some alarming things also. Now, good thing is that doctors become a free. There was hardly any work apart from the people who were working in the COVID unit. So when there was a free time, and what was happening by the time? By the time there was happening something, that market in 2020 gone down significantly. Next month also gone down, next month. So couple of months the market gone down significantly, and then it bounced back. That has, once people were free, doctors were free, they started knowing that something's happening there, people are making money and so on. So many people came into the market. On the WhatsApp, many groups have been opened up related to the market. At least 15 to 20 groups where I am a member of such a things is there. And in that, one good thing what happened was people started knowing about the financial world. People started realizing the equity has a lot of power to create the wealth. People realize the importance of the passive income and so on. Also, some people become even a good chart reader and started bookings and books and so on. But alarming point was here, many become a trader. You become an investor, I'll be very, very happy. But you become a trader, there is always cautions. Many people started doing FNO. Now, please, I will always say that FNO, even a Pandit of the market also should not do it, or the big people also have burned their finger. So why the doctor should do it? And from there, we talk at our AMC team, we talk about the FinCon, that we should bring out the topic. We are so good in our profession. Why not think about that? How can we scale up our business? Why not think about that? How can we do the group practice? Why not think about that? How we jointly together as a teamwork can bring out something bigger way? And that's what the today's topic came, that scale up your practice and be successful medical professional. Next slide. So what you need, very simple. I think everybody knows that what you need to be a successful person, that you need to be a focus. You need to be a focus like Arjun, or you need to be what the Steve Wogs had taught us, that whatever things you are doing, you should like that things. And if you are, all of us are doing a medical practice, we should like that and we should focus on that. Next slide. So while talking about this, your profession, you should love that. You should start thinking about that. And here, you can do lots of things in your profession. Now, I'm not going into the talk about the scalability and raising the funds and so on. There are the speaker, there are the experts, and my friends are already there. But here, I will talk about my own couple of examples. I had a very hard life. I was staying in 8x8 Kholi on the mountain of the Ghatkopar West on the Bhatwadi Hill. Probably few people must have heard, Vasisht must have heard about that area. I was selling the things till my MBBS level on the Mulund footpath, RRT road. That Diwali mein maine fatake beche hain and Raksha Bandhan mein rakhi bechi hai, something like that. And then started my practice in 88, 89. 89, when I started my practice, I had a small nursing home, Viswas Kidney Hospital. And in that nursing home, I was going to start my dialysis machines. And this was probably first dialysis unit at the nursing home level in 88, 89. Friends, probably few of my senior friends must be knowing that in those days, even Sion Hospital, Municipal Corporation Hospital, they didn't have the dialysis unit, or they didn't have the dialysis department. Wakad Hospital, which is a Fortis Mulin, that time just started in 90, but then to start with, they didn't have the dialysis unit. So people, those days, dialysis was a thought of very complicated thing, very rare commodities, and it was difficult to start. And when I about to start a dialysis unit, many of my senior colleagues told me, "Arey Naran, tu dialysis chalu karta, are you moron?" And not that they were discouraging me, they were probably giving a right advice, because dialysis was never a profit-making business in the nephrology profession. And today also dialysis is not the profitable business. Then probably few of you may ask, then, "Arey boss, tune chalu kyun kiya?" Yes, Now, this is a thing where you require a business sense. This is a thing where you require a little, along with the professional skill, some extra skill where you think about that, what creating the facilities will help you. By creating the dialysis facilities, it helped me to bring more patients. It helped me to get the pathology work. It helped me to get the pharmacy work. It helped me to get the indoor work, admission work, and so on. So one particular facility is not, I am making any money. But because of that facilities, if I am getting some extra things, I'm getting so many other business avenues, then why not to do it? So friends, I started with the 2 machines, and today at Parak Hospital, we have a 16 machine. We do more than 1,000 dialysis a month, and maybe the one of the largest private setup where dialysis is being done. So this was a first example of mine that in a professions, how you think about scaling of your business or making a more successful what you are doing. Then second process came that I was at the creation of the Parak Hospital. Now how that thought comes into my mind. We were at the our small nursing home, that is Viswas Kidney Hospital, which was a 12-bedded. Then we had a I was at the Nanavati that time. I was at HN Hospital, Hiranandani. I was HOD at JJ. Then that was a public hospital. Then I was at Congress Jain Clinic and Hindu Sabha charitable hospital. So what I was trying to tell you that probably all healthcare model I was working, and what I realized that time, I'm not going to the discuss in more in detail because of the sort of time. But what I realized that model will mid-size hospital. Mid-size hospital where the almost infrastructure of any big hospital or corporate hospital is there, where you can give almost 90% of the big corporate hospital can give, but still personalized care of the nursing home can be also given and cost is under control. So we created that Parak Hospital, this 6-story building. And just I wanted to tell you, the day we started the Parak Hospital, whatever my practice was X, it becomes a 5X to 6X. Now there was a huge jump in my personal income, image, and making money. And once you get the more money, then yes, I was the best person to gradually realize that how to make more money and how the money should work for us. So this was just giving an example that how one can think about in your own profession, you can think about various ways to scale up. There is friends, the process of evaluation goes on regularly, and every year something new will come. So yes, we have to gradually be ready in our profession also, how we can increase, how we can scale the practice. And here, yes, we are going to learn very big way from the Raman and Vasishtha, scaling of practice and group practice. So once you start making money, you always then start thinking about having a passive income. So passive income is very, very important for all of us. Why? Because I want, that's the part of the financial freedom. And I want, if youngster who's ever there today in the talk, they must realize that day one they start their income, they should start making some investment. They should have some avenues for increasing their passive income. And by age of 50, I will repeat here, by age of 50, your passive income should be more than your active income. And when that is happen, you are ready to retire. I know that you will not retire then, but yes, you are ready to retire. And that is very, very important for all of us. Then after 50, probably you are not working for the money. You are not working to make money, but you are enjoying your profession. You are liking your profession, and that's why you are working. So your entire direction will change. Your entire focus will change. And that will make your life very, very joyful, enjoyable. You will be very happy at what you are doing. And that's what I want that all of my doctor friends should have it. Next slide. So, I think what is happening? So what are the few steps which are important while achieving all these things? One most important step, what I have realized, is a good CA. Good CA is a very important, good chartered accountant. And that, again, we doctor has to realize that. In fact, I will say that good CA is so much important that good CA become your indirectly partner. It's that much important. And I'm sure people, Vasishtha and Raman will also agree that they will talk about this when they are talking about their talk. And similarly, good financial advisor. Again, it's many times people think already our president said that we can do our own way so many things. Yes, to have a knowledge is good thing, but good financial advisor always will help because they are whole day sitting in that particular field. हम लोग भी बोलते हैं ना, ये Google doctors are very bad for themselves also and for us also. So similarly, if you have a knowledge, but if you don't have the practical knowledge, you are almost becoming like our patient whom we say that Google doctor. So please don't be yourself Google doctor. You should have a knowledge. You should know what is happening, but at the same time, good financial advisor will open your lots of other avenues. You may be knowing one thing, you may be knowing two things, but good financial advisor may open up 10 more avenues for you yourself. And then he will suggest that this is the right person for this particular product. See, even like in doctors also, we will have a nephrologist, we will have a cardiologist, we have a gastroenterologist, gynecologist, and so on. Similarly, in financial advisor also, one financial advisor cannot be a master of everything also. But then a good financial advisor will take you to the right person and probably help you out that what to be done in this particular product or how to make more money or how to get out of much better. So that is important. Yes, and then next steps, all of you knows that we should have a good friends. At least good friends in the various departments, not only one particular departments, and that friends will help you to grow much bigger way, grow higher way. And good friends will always bring something new to us. And here, I will tell you that what has been helping me. All of us attends regularly our meetings, our conferences at various places. Yes, even I will attend conferences of nephrology, our topics. I will go there. I will like to listen the few topics which I have marked or I want to attend. But more important than that, in those conferences, I want to meet my friends from Delhi, Chennai, Nagpur, and even or outstation also. And from that, I usually always learn something what they are doing, which I was not doing, or something that what they are doing in their professions, which we are not doing. And that you pick up and that you implement, and that will be a big thing to you to scale up your business. So always conferences, I always await the conferences to attend, and along with the attending the lectures or talk, this is more important to meet my friends, meet my colleagues, what they are doing it. So I will tell all the people that life is evolution. Things are changing. 3 decades back, the people are making money out of the real estate. Now, probably the real estate is a very, very difficult commodities to manage. But so there is an evolution. So you have to ready to look at the changes. And in this evolution, always one has to look at how the things will be helpful to us to increase your professions, be more happy in profession, and at the same time earn more money. And always start reading, make a habit of reading some books or good books that will always help you. Next. So now to come to the summary, I will summarize the things. Friends, life is very, very precious. Like our president already said, that money is not the only motto. So life is very, very precious. Life is very short. Don't see that it should go wasted. And yes, why I'm telling that we doctors, when the young age, probably to start with I did, but then very soon I realized and I changed, that we always work for 12, 16, 18 hours a day. Don't look at the family, don't look at the friends, and don't do that also. So you should know how to balance the life. You should know money is important. You should learn that money is important, but at the same time, the money is not the everything. And so your motto is that, yes, initially I started at my practice to started working to make money, but later on, I don't want to make money. My money should make money for me rather than I make money. So this is the way we should go ahead and take. And here a couple of things which I want to tell you, that what major problem of doctors, that also we should learn. What are the things which is come in our life to become successful? Which are the major hurdles that we cannot scale up? one is our ego. So friend, which I realize, all doctor, we all, even I myself may all be the part of that. We should realize we have a big inflated ego, and that is a putting us behind. So just leave that ego and always think about that. And Mumbai is a, we are very poor. And here I congratulate to the Vasishtha. They have brought up the teamwork excellently. So teamwork is very important. And if you leave behind your ego, you can do a fantastic teamwork, and then teamwork will scale up. Teamwork will help you to go ahead. So I hope all of you become more and more successful, and I will end here my talk. Thank you very much for the AMC, and I hope that anytime, any financial problems, any financial advice, any financial discussion you want, I am always available. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dedia, sir. That was a really inspiring and motivating talk. And what better way to start the session but with your words of wisdom. Thank you very much once again. It is, Pranav, can I have the next slide, please? We begin the proceedings for the day, and our opening batsman, as is commonly said in cricketing circles, and cricket is a lot of money. So Dr. Vasisht Maniar. Dr. Vasisht Maniar is an oncologist by profession and specialization, and he has been practicing in the suburb of Ghatkopar for over 11 years now, and has achieved a fame of a very popular face of a cancer treating doctor, not only in Ghatkopar, but the entire central suburbs of Mumbai. He has administered more than 50,000 chemotherapy cycles, giving him a highly experienced status of a cancer treating physician in Ghatkopar and surrounding areas. He is also known for his extraordinary counseling skills, which offers a lot of motivation to cancer patients and treatment adherence. His other forte is with regards to finance and money management, and he will enlighten us today with his experience. Over to you, Dr. Vasisht Maniar. Please share your experience.
Can I share my screen, please? Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
All right. See, at the outset, I would like to thank Team AMC and Finovate for having me here. And it truly is an honor and a pleasure to be talking in front of my teachers, Dr. Dedia and Dr. Deshpande, whom I've seen and grown and molded my behavior and practice over all of these years. So I will be speaking about the scalability of medical practice from the perspective of a medical oncologist. So let's understand, what do we mean when we define success in the medical field? Because success has ever been a changing goalpost. For a medical student, success is getting a distinction in anatomy, physiology, medicine, gynecology. When you finish your internship, you define success as being able to get into a good postgraduate program of your choice. When you have finished your post-graduation, you may define success as doing a super specialty course or a fellowship in an area of your expertise. And then now you are out in the open in terms of getting into medical practice. You believe success is now having hordes of patients waiting outside your outpatient department, having number of surgeries posted in the week as a general surgeon or as a specialty surgeon. So at different point times in your life, the success will be a different goalpost. So it's very, very subjective. In each phase of life, we start with a new set of goals. We strive hard to achieve them, and then we observe a new plateau. And hence, it is essential to remain successful. We need to reinvent and stay relevant. How do we do that? You know that what got you here will not get you there. And even the most successful entrepreneurs, most successful athletes, cricketers will keep on changing their style to ensure that they stay relevant. And Usain Bolt, after winning 3 Olympic golds, will still work on probably changing his gait, changing his stance to try and be more relevant and be more future-proof. So how do you remain successful? Now that you've got into practice, you've built a large volume of patients for yourself, you suddenly hit a plateau and the need to reinvent. So after more than a decade of education, training, you also wanted to become an entrepreneur. You have your OPD, which is full of patients. You've earned a substantial recurring revenue stream. How do you ensure that you go to the next level? For that, you either need to grow or you need to scale. These seem similar words, growth of practice or scaling of practice. Are they same and can they be used interchangeably? The answer is a big no. There is absolutely no similarity between growth and scale, but they potentially may be a continuum of processes that you will experience as your practice builds up. When you start your practice, you want to grow. Growth is the mantra. You are told by your senior colleagues, you need to grow your practice. But always remember that growth is linear. Growth has a ceiling. You have 10, 12, 14, 16 hours a day, and there is only an X number of patients that you can see. If you want to grow in your practice, you will eventually start seeing more patients in the same number of hours. You will start spending less time with the patients. Your quality of experience with the patient may decrease, or you may start probably charging more money because you believe that now your time is premium. And in spite of doing all of this, you will hit what you call as a ceiling. So how do you reinvent or you change the plateau? For that, you need to scale. And what is the big difference between growing and scaling your practice? As I mentioned, the effort or the resources that you need to put for growing your practice, your results are going to be linear. While in scaling, the intention would not to be significantly put in more resources, but to have significantly better results. Because when you scale, you actually remove the three traditional constraints of growth. Growth is constrained by the paucity of time, the paucity of energy, and probably in some ways a paucity of capital. As a single practitioner, you will only have X amount of time, X amount of energy, and maybe X amount of capital. How do you scale? So there are basic three models of scaling according to me in medical practice. You can either scale by doing what is called as the provider expansion model, or you can scale by what is called as the location expansion model, or you can do a partnership. Let's run through each one of these. What is the provider expansion model? Now you have a busy practice as a gynecologist sitting in one of the suburbs of Bombay, and you want to get into a provider expansion model and scale up your business. What you will do is you will hire more doctors. You'll have more junior gynecologists as consultants who would work with you. You will hire more nursing staff who will work with you. You will expand the size of your location. If you have a 15-bedded hospital, you'll get into a 30 or a 40 or a 50-bedded hospital. What are the pros and cons of provider-based expansion or scaling? The timeline is slow because you are limited in your ability to scale simply because you are at one location, and hence the growth is going to be organic and slower. The control is the best. You can probably give the best possible clinical outcomes. You can create the best processes because you still are the leader of the pack. You're the king of your kingdom. You define quality control. You define how treatment should be meted out. You decide protocols for clinical and non-clinical processes that are run in your setup. Your involvement is going to be extremely high because the buck stops with you for everything. So at every level, you are going to be involved, which may potentially lead to a better clinical outcome for a patient and a far better experience for a patient. The capital required may be more than what you would because you're actually putting in money. You know that getting these providers, by that I mean junior consultants, more trained nurses, you'll have to shell out money. You'll have to ensure that your junior consultants stay with you. But the growth in terms of scalability, if you are looking at provider expansion, that is making your own premise larger, is going to be slow and to some extent maybe even capital intensive. That brings us to the next model, what is called as location expansion, where what you do is you've created a model of a 10, 15-bedded gynecological hospital in a suburb of Borivali, and now you would want to expand. You would want to have a similar 15-bedded hospital in Andheri, a similar 15-bedded hospital in Ghatkopar, a similar 15-bedded hospital in maybe Mulund. Here, the growth is obviously faster because you're not eating into your own subset of patient population. You are going beyond your current area of practice to look for a new subset of potential patients whom you can tap. So compared to a provider-based expansion in location expansion, the timeline for growth is definitely faster. In terms of control, while you would want to control all of these 4 or 5 hospitals, but it's nowhere as close to having a larger hospital where you're sitting there 6 days a week, and you will have to learn to divest. You'll have to learn to ensure that you have people who can run and inform you. Your involvement also will have to be lower if you want to eventually create a high therapeutic experience for the patient, because if you would want to ensure that every decision making stops with you, you would want to be a part of every process that is happening in the hospital. You will end up being the bottleneck for running the processes of the center. So your involvement probably will be lower in terms of delivery of service. When it comes to requiring capital, compared to a provider expansion, when you would want to start a 50-bedded daycare in one hospital, in one premise, having 5 such 10-bedded hospitals, your capital requirement is going to be significantly higher, because you will be hiring staff, which may be more in number, because you cannot reuse the same quantum of staff. So there is going to be a duplication of the similar profiles that you will have in one center. But if you're looking at a 5-year volume expansion of patients, volume expansion of value, then location expansion gives you that much faster than a provider expansion model.
And last but not the least is the partnership model. The partnership model is probably the least understood, most abused model in medical fraternity, where by partnership we would mean that a group of like-minded friends, colleagues, people, either of the same specialty or different specialties, come together to practice what we call as group practice. In group practice, in terms of growth, the growth is exponential. It's non-organic, it's non-linear, it's probably log phase, because you're simply adding a number of people who are doing the same job, and the number of hours that you get in terms of the output is far, far, far greater. And it's even symbiotic in terms of the quantum of patients that 3 of you will see will be more than each one of you that you can see individually. Technically, if you're a partnership-based model, the control and the involvement is going to be significantly lower, because everybody would want to have some piece of the control. Everybody would want to be involved. So maybe the quality of processes that you define may not be 100% there. If I am running a partnership of 5 of my friends doing something, I will have to take their opinion into cognizance before I chart out a path. And it's not going to be my way or the highway. And hence, what I believe is 100% perfection, somebody may not agree, and we'll have to come to a common minimum program to ensure processes. So typically, partnership models are not known to be extremely high on quality and extremely high on control of processes historically. And the capital required is obviously much lesser, because you're not the only one pumping your resources, and you have large number of people wanting to do that for you. Why is group practice not common in India? So one of the major reasons, which probably Dr. Narendra Dediya sir also mentioned, is ego. If you're a senior practitioner, you believe this is my patient pool. Why should I share my patients? Why should I share my expertise? A lot of interpersonal relationships issues that arise between a senior and a junior. A junior always is petrified of being sabotaged. He's fear of getting embezzled. He feels that I'm going to be the one who's going to be running around the business. I'm going to be the one who's going to be working 18 hours, while my senior partner is going to be working only 6 hours a day. A senior believes I've been working all my life. It's the time the juniors take up. So this interpersonal expectations, which may not be on the same page, is one of the common reasons why group practice has not flourished the way it has in the West. Also, the individual value systems of every individual may be very different. India is very, very heterogeneous. So you will have people coming from different backgrounds, different perceptions, different expectations of life, and financial insecurities. If I'm a 50-year-old practicing physician whose practice has plateaued, my financial insecurities would be very, very different
from that of a 30-year-old practitioner who's running around the roost, probably going to 10 different hospitals. And he feels that my growth, a 30-year-old would feel his growth would be blunted by the lack of aspirations of a 50-year-old practitioner. So these interpersonal differences is often one of the reasons why group practice is not the norm. I would not say it's really uncommon, but it's not the norm in India. What are the various ways? Is partnership the only way that you can get associated with? No, the partnership can be divided into three different formats. One could be a plain, simple partnership form. You're two people, 50-50, 60-40, 70-30. It could be a limited liable partnership called as LLP, where you form a group and there are certain expectations from each other and from the group in person. Or you form a private limited company, which runs by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs norms and has to follow all the rules and regulations of any other organization. So if I'm an individual consultant, what should drive me or probably entice me to be a part of a group? It's the ability to have a beautiful work-life balance because, as again, Dr. Dedia mentioned that you don't want to be running around 18 hours a day. Can I work for 8 hours a day, have the clinical freedom to do what I want? Don't have a corporate MBA deciding what molecules should I write, how many hours should I practice. Can I still be a part of an academic research? I wanted to always do academics and I wanted to be a part of a government hospital, but my financial expectations are not fulfilled by a government hospital. So can I do that by being a private practitioner and still have an opportunity to be a part of academics? Can I have a community practice where I can call up somebody at 8 o'clock in the morning and firefight my clinical problems, my non-clinical problems? Can a system ensure a routine patient flow for me? Can I get an opportunity to be a leader in the area that I practice? Can I have a good, high quality, ethical marketing, which beyond a point I would not have to handhold, and it's manned by a group of professionals? I think you can. And for all of that, you need to understand what we've done. I would be very happy to share what we've done at the MOC model, where we've kind of taken care of three processes which we believed were not so sacrosanct when it came to a partnership model. We were unhappy having very less control, very less involvement, and not unhappy about it requiring less capital, of course. So we defined a model where we came together, created an entire set of processes rather than focusing on individuals and letting them do what they wanted to do. We created a common minimum program in terms of what kind of processes that need to be there. So we started MOC, which is Mumbai Oncocare Center, which is a chain of daycare chemotherapy infusion centers. Few of us got together, spent hours and hours on defining processes on paper, ensuring, how they can run around with. And to begin with, we had to decide what would we focus on. Why don't we create small chain of hospitals of 20, 30, 40 beds each? We rather decided to create only daycare infusion centers because we wanted to create a single stop shop for medical oncology services. We wanted to be on the top of the game. We wanted to ensure that the quality of processes was extremely high. We wanted to create these micro centers of excellence which enhanced the patient experience. These smaller centers also led to the staff having a far greater sense of belonging, very, very less attrition, and have a reasonably low capital cost per project, and hence scalability would be possible. We began with starting a single center on a pilot basis in January 2018 in Borivali, about 10-bedded daycare center. We started the second center in Ghatkopar in 3 months' time, the third center in Thane, which was only 4-bedded, again by May 2018. We waited to understand if the community accepted this idea of having standalone daycare chemotherapy infusion centers. We started spending a lot of time and energy in creating a cookbook of processes, which we call it as our Gita, because we decided that, or rather we understood that in the medical oncology practice, there are two fulcrums of success. One is the patient, and second is the consultant or a medical oncologist. So the entire process was revolving around a patient's journey from the time he's sitting at home, wanting to meet a medical oncologist, of how he can approach one, how we can ensure that he reaches our center, the flow of his journey from the outpatient to actually receiving chemotherapy, to post chemotherapy care, to value added services like home care, end of life care, and dignity in death is the entire journey of a patient's life in terms of his time that he spends with the medical oncologist, that we try to define, and at what pain points we could actually make this entire journey far smoother. Then we got conceptually hold of a young medical oncologist who's just passed out of his practice, try to understand what are his pain points that he experiences, and create a model by which we can actually empower him and give him that freedom, not only financial but also clinical, and empower him to become a better clinician, improve his quality of service, at the same time not be fearful of being judged. So these two were the fulcrum on which the entire concept of MOC was designed. And while we constantly talk about having a very low entry barrier in terms of cost, it's a very high entry barrier in terms of recurring expenditure, because we created a very robust non-clinical team of professionals, even when we were a very young organization. So we have an infra team in place whose job is to start creating the infrastructure for a center with a very fixed timeline. We have a compliance team in place. So once the infra team kicks into a project in an area, the compliance team comes in, starts looking at NABH, the legal Form Cs and Form Bs, and the NOCs that you require from local corporations, from fire, which are instituted right from the initiation of the infra of that structure. Once the center is picking up shape, we have a robust HR, we start recruiting, training individuals. So before the first day of the opening of that center, the entire clinical and non-clinical team have spent enough time with each other to understand what is expected out of each other. A very robust clinical QC team, quality control team, is in place to ensure, because these were the things, which are lacking in a partnership model. A robust QC, a robust compliance team, and these were non-negotiable parameters for us. And a very, very ethical marketing team, where you would want to promulgate what we are doing in terms of our patient deliveries, in terms of our patient experiences, without trying to be pushy, trying to do what is not ethical, creating an entire aura of genuine, high quality clinical throughput, and ensuring that the target audience knows what we're doing time to time. And a very strong tech team, because we wanted to create a chain of centers which talk to each other. We wanted a system that the patient could walk into a Borivali center on the first day and plan his chemotherapy in Ghatkopar because his mother stays there. And then in the third cycle, he could walk into a Thane center and take his chemotherapy there and not carry any papers. So we have a seamless EMR which talks to each other at the central level. And hence, the patient journey, if there is a change in the treatment protocol in a particular cycle, it reflects in the system, which anybody sitting in any part of any of the centers, when they want to access that particular patient's information, will have access to. So we formed an organogram which contained of a clinical and a non-clinical team. This is our non-clinical organogram, which is an HR, which is a marketing vertical, a clinical operations, a projects, and IT. We have a very, very robust financial team. As Dr. Dedia mentioned, that it's essential that there are no unnecessary leaks. So checks and balances are kept in real time. And then we have a clinical director who looks after our clinical team, which again has clinical research. We have independent and joint trials. We have publications. We have our own independent ethics board committee. We have a very, very strong penchant for clinical quality control. So we have infectious disease control team, an MRD team, a vibrant tumor board. We have nursing teachers who constantly evolve, look at nursing protocols and train them. We have teachers who teach our RMOs constantly in terms of protocols and training them. We assess our practice transparently. We look at clinical outcomes. We look at how our leukemias are being managed. What is our tumor board? What's our diagnostic capability? Is the tech in the right place? We also focus on education and training. We have ties with a few centers in the West, a few centers in Southeast Asia, where They can get international training for uh, specific subspecialties of medical oncology. We have applied for having DNB seats under our program because we were very keen that people get exposed to such kind of community oncology practice. We do not sit in an ivory tower in a large 300-bedded center in a posh uh, area of South Bombay. We are in the lanes and bylanes of the community of Bombay, now across multiple centers across Maharashtra as well. We focus on creating high quality education systems in terms of partnering with various national oncology forums for conferences as well. So, what does the patient benefit from this reasonably robust daycare model? Number one is patient comfort. The chemotherapy is infused in a limited hour task. I don't, for a 3 hour infusion, I should not be spending 24 hours in the hospital. The availability of a medical oncologist throughout becomes a huge plus point for that patient. Access, because I would not have to now travel. If I'm staying in Panvel, then there is an MOC in Panvel. Cost of therapy is significantly lower because we offer the liberty to reduce the cost of medical intervention significantly. And every chemotherapy infusion, and it happens in a technically a semi ICU system with a full-time intensivist to ensure patient safety. What does my medical oncologist who's working with me benefit from this? He has a clinical freedom to participate in taking decisions which he believes is in the best interest of the patient. He does not need to go out scouting for patient. We have created a system which works for him. We have a huge marketing support team to ensure better quality patient flow and a consultant equity in the market. We provide legal protection to that doctor by ensuring that his medical legal expenses are covered, and there is a tumor board for difficult to treat cases. If there is a patient who's irate, who has a poor experience, there is a committee which is set in to ensure that in a very small, quick turnaround time, the patient's concerns are addressed. There is peer support, and that I think we tend to ignore the importance of this. For a single practitioner having difficult to treat patients, having irate patients, having a medical oncologist of the same field whom can openly share his mistakes, his fears, his worries, his anxieties without being judged, and is available for him. So we have what is called as the MOC Buddy program, where every junior medical oncologist is tagged to one senior medical oncologist who can handhold him in that journey of the first few years of their practice. Scaling up is very, very easy when you create an asset-light model, but there are challenges because, as we mentioned, we have a very, very operational heavy model. And the best part about scaling up in our situation, it's become easier because these operations were set in first before the scaling up happened. I think what happens, one of the biggest mistakes that we've seen in the journey of a large number of startups which have scaled is the operations tend to lag behind than the growth of expansion. COVID was a very important time for us because typically the country or the world came to a standstill and we could not scale up at that point of time. But we used that time in creating, documenting our processes and creating what we call as, the Bhagavad Gita for us, our cookbook, where every process was put on paper, every coding of every printing that happens, every marketing material was scanned, was understood. Uh, the patient's journey from his home to his deathbed was mapped on paper, and at various points, various interventions, various verticals of growth were defined and charted out much before we actually started this journey of creating and starting new centers. Why is it profitable? Because there is a huge gap in demand and supply. There is a stiff entry barrier here, and which I believe is the fulcrum for us to grow is a medical oncologist who is a person who has the highest meritocracy. There are very few medical oncologists, and they form a very important part of our growth journey. We are not here into creating telemedicine centers where you have 50 daycare infusion centers in the state and 5 medical oncologists sitting in a call center and addressing their problems. This is a touch and feel business. We want our patients to be touched by a medical oncologist, to be seen by a medical oncologist. So our growth or scaling would have been limited if we could not attract these people of highest meritocracy, which is the consultant. But once we start getting them, and they realize the value that you're building, the system is building for them, it's no more a challenge. The revenue or the profit does not only come from our clinical, uh, practice. It also comes from our pharmacy, from our diagnostic, and a large bunch of ancillary services that we offer to our patient. What has happened is the fact that uh, out of uh, the 4 or 5 of us, about 2 or 3 of us, including me, were already into clinical practice for a few years. And we realized the average attrition that one has was about 20 to 30%. After all of us became a part of MOC, the attrition rate after therapy initiation came down from 30 to less than 5% because we could offer that personalized touch with a very corporatized model in terms of the experience. All patient-related services were available under one roof for that treatment. Flexibility in terms of offering them very robust pricing without compromising quality. We have our own independent ethics review board committee, which is currently actively accruing patients across 3 sites and having 21 trials. So, what does the future have in store for such small daycare infusion centers? The intention eventually is to focus on 2 areas. One is our core service play, and also to have a very robust ancillary service play and innovations. So the plan is to have a strong pan-India presence in having in predominantly the medical oncology space. Again, sticking to what we know best is very, very essential ethos of what we do. We could have dabbled into putting in 2, 3 radiation oncology centers or starting a 50-bedded multi-specialty cancer hospital. But we realized that that's not our forte at this point of time. Our first responsibility is to ensure reach of medical oncology services to a large volume of patients who deserve but yet not get it. We also have got into various synergies in terms of groups consolidating into hub and spoke model. We had tie-ups for radiation facilities. We have tie-ups for various surgical oncology facilities across Mumbai, Maharashtra, and even out of Maharashtra. So you don't need to own everything to give that patient that experience. You should have the liberty to tie up with the best in the business so that your patient outcomes and experiences are better. The eventual plan is to spread and stay and have centers of excellence in predefined space areas and add our bouquets of innovation. The bouquets of innovation would be diagnostics, something that we tend to ignore about, as Dr. Dedia mentioned in his talk, that dialysis centers at that point of time were not lucrative, but you're actually filling in a very important gap in that chain of patient experience. And suddenly you'll realize that when you do that, a lot of touchdown menus for that patient will open up. We are keen at having our own ecosystem of, an aggregator-based platform. Eventually, if the volumes speak loudly, you can get into API manufacturing. The clinical research, which is predominantly at this point of time focusing on clinical trials, can go into advisory. Data, the entire data of MOC is available on an online platform. So the quality of data throughput is very, very high. We tend to ignore, I believe data is the next Bitcoin. We can have our own SMO and CRO, home care and palliative care. A lot of medical oncologists, the moment the patient progresses in chemotherapy, tend to retract and say that, now it's not my job anymore. We ensure that the patient are handheld till the day that they die, including having tie-ups with various hospices, giving that patient good pain relief, ensuring that they have that dignity and comfort in untreatable advanced palliative care settings. So MOC, which began in 2018 with 2 to 3 centers in 2018, Jan, March, and May, has now expounded and spread across the city of Bombay, and then to Maharashtra, and now beyond Maharashtra in Madhya Pradesh. We were 4, now we are 19. We have about 13 daycare chemotherapy infusion centers. We have 3 outreach OPDs. We are currently operating across 7 cities in the country. Our patient loads per year has increased by about 10 times in the last 4.5 years. Our chemotherapy infusions have increased by about 20 times in the last 4.5 years. So as I mentioned, it's not really additive. It's dramatically synergistic and symbiotic. What do we gain when we create a set of similar, like-minded people, madly focused on creating a high value experience for your patients? You create a strong financial security for yourself, because we have inbuilt clauses in the system where if any of the consultants are unwell or have an untoward event, we have charted out ways and means to take care of them during their entire journey. We create a huge value addition for them in terms of their clinical skill set, which we help them evolve. It's a complete peace of mind knowing that there are another 20 medical oncologists who are going to be watching your back whenever there is an untoward event, and a distribution of liability. What if I want to take care of my parents? What if I want to take an off and take care of my loved one? If I'm into single practice, I will have to shut shop. While here, there is always somebody who would be very happy to take over your responsibility till you tend to the requirements of your friends and family. And hence, I believe if done in the right way, group practices are there which can help you scale. If you believe group practice is not your forte and not your, I mean, your constitution is such that you may be uncomfortable sharing with patients, then you would preferably go to the first model of having predominantly using your patient base and gradually, increasing numbers. But scaling is the way to go. Growth will have its challenges. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Vashish Maniyar, for sharing your success story and motivating us to go one step ahead and walk that extra mile. We will be taking question and answers at the end. So during the panel discussion, and hence we would request you to please stay with us till the very end and further share your experiences and enlighten us more. With
Vikram,
this, I
can
would.
I add one small note from my side? Can I?
Yes, definitely.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Vashish, your talk was very, very enlightening, and I am so happy that AMC this year decided to partner with MOC. When I took over as president, I was extremely sure that I am not going to take anybody as our partners for the year unless and until I have gone through your entire work ethics and everything. And your marketing team was there to meet me because they knew me for a long time. And when they came to know that I have taken over as president of AMC, they got in touch with me saying that they would want to partner with AMC through the year. And now knowing the way you all have gone ahead, I am so proud to be associated with you. And once again, welcome on board, sir. I'm very proud to be associated with you. Thank you so much.
An absolute honor, madam.
And as treasurer, I would look forward to our relation not as a T20, but as a test match type of partnership. With this, I would like to now introduce our next esteemed speaker. He's none other than the Dr. Ramakant Deshpande, sir. He's the head of Department of the Thoracic Cancer and the Gastrointestinal and Hepatopancreatic Biliary Cancer Department. He is credited with over 50 publications, both books and articles published in various international and national journals. He has also written chapters in a book called The Textbook of Cancer, published by the National Book Trust. He was the first person to introduce thoracoscopic surgery at the Tata Memorial Hospital in Mumbai. The Game Changer Award by the HR Club was conferred upon Dr. Deshpande sir on the 7th of February in 2015, and the Government of India has honored him in 2014 with the award of the Padma Shri, which is the fourth highest civilian award for his contributions to the field of medicine. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Ramakant Deshpande sir to please share his wisdom, experience, and guide us for the next session. Over to you, Dr. Deshpande.
Thank you, Vikram. At the outset, I must thank the AMC as well as Finovate for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my presence here. I'll just share my Okay, is my screen visible now?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
it
sir.
is.
Yeah, thank you very much. My today's topic is business model and strategies to scale up the medical practice or whatever we do in our life. I actually represent the Asian Cancer Institute, which has been existing from 2002 at various locations. It does not really matter. The various models in which a medical professional can actually exist are like this. One is an individual offering medical surgical care or a practitioner. He can be working for others, for example, government or private sector, or he could be in a group practice schemes, or may have a corporate existence, either by himself or by in a single site, multiple sites in the same city, multi-city, multi-centers in same state, multi-centers in various states, or even a multinational kind of locations. Skill sets and vision required in scaling up in each category is different, though certain approaches will remain identical. Dr. Dedia is a very, very dear friend, and Vashisht I've known Vashisht from the time he was a student, and very admirably, he has actually scaled up his presence in the field of medical oncology and the corporate sector. Now, individual models are basically, they practice in service, that is giving clinical service, in part of research, like in clinical trials, etc., and in educating people, either lay people, the staff of their own this thing, or through the audiovisual kind of model. Regular upgradation of knowledge and skills form an integral part for being there, just being there, and for upscaling. Networking and publications become absolutely essential when you're doing your own practice. People management is absolutely vital. Have you ever seen somebody who is very, very arrogant, very rude, having a good practice? It just doesn't happen unless and until you are so brilliant in your line that, you know, people may curse you, but still they may come to you. But that's not a very ideal way of existence. Slowly and steadily, ultimately what happens is, when we work, we actually work for two things. One is your academic happiness and your financial returns, because academic fulfillment is very, very important. Because suppose somebody takes you to, say, Saudi Arabia, gives you 5 or 10 lakhs a month, you will be there for 3 months, 6 months. At the end of 1 year, you're likely to come back because you're not very happy with your kind of a life there. At the same time, if you go to a very poor paying job, say 30,000 or 50,000 rupees as a senior consultant, you're not going to be happy. So there has to be an earn and learn kind of a balance. And this is very important. And when you're looking at it, knowledge of financial accounting becomes very, very important. What we actually need, whether it's an individual, whether it's a corporate, whatever kind of a model that we are following, is we need to build up a sustainable, a scalable, and an economical model to exist, thrive, and progress. And that forms the aim of any professional life. Understand that profit, scalability, and economy of scales are two different words, and they mean completely differently. Vashisht has actually, in part, he's already explained it, but this is, let me expand on it further. The basic healthcare business model is a doctor treating a patient. As the patient roles grow, so do revenues, but it also costs more. You need more number of secretaries, a larger place, probably a larger input in manpower of facilities and staff to service the growth. So the costs also go up, but the costs don't really go up tremendously. So your profit margin keeps on going up. But understand one thing, no matter how tall you are, how strong you are in your knowledge, there is one thing which we all have one common, and that's 24 hours of a day. Whether it is Mr. Adani, Ambani, Ratan Tata, you, me, anybody, we have only those 24 hours. So how exactly we deploy those 24 hours, what ideas we bring in, is what is very, very important. So individual practice is generally not a very highly scalable, which means that your input costs remain the same, but your revenues keep on going up. But it can be done to some extent, and by doing certain things. One is addition of new revenue streams in medical field, such as adding dietary supplements, other healthcare products, pharmacy, clinical trials, EMR monetization, etc. You know, in olden days, the doctor to whom we used to go would have also a compounder sitting outside. He would he would tie those pudis in which those medicines used to be there. Today's family physician is a far more sophisticated version. Today's consultants are completely different, but this particular thing can still remain as an additional source of revenue. Some of the people actually do run their own pharmacies, even in an individual capacity. Utilization of analytical ability by entering into an alternate investment field. And this is precisely what Narendra was mentioning just now. People, what happens is, as you go along, your requirements are taken care of. You have your house, your car, your travel, everything is all there. And then you have an investable surplus. Mind you, I'm not talking of cash surplus, because today my personal view is having any amount of cash in your locker is absolutely a meaningless kind of a thing, because it's a dead investment. It does not really bring you any kind of a return. So ideally speaking, pay your taxes and have your money in your bank for deploying it into further kind of investments. So what people do is, particularly in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, is either they get into capital markets and or real estate. Okay, आज पैसा आ गया, मेरे पास इतना पैसा है, थोड़ा और 2-4 एकड़ जमीन खरीदेंगे, यहाँ वहाँ फ्लैट खरीदेंगे. So a family of maybe about husband, wife and 2 children has about 6 houses lying all around. Mind you, real estate is called a real investment, but it does not really make much of a sense today. So my personal approach is, buy only that real estate in which you are going to live or you are going to work. Unless you have a business of that kind of a thing, that okay, you're going to buy real estate to lease it out, where you are happy with your 3, 4, 5% of return, but at the same time you are a little unlikely to see a downward kind of a fall in that price of that. But mind you, these kind of investments have a very high cost of entry and exit. They are not easy to exit. How long can it take for you to sell say a 5 crore worth building? It's going to take maybe 6 months or even a year. It doesn't happen immediately. So many people, because they are smart in analytical sciences, they feel that they're confident enough to get into capital markets. So they go ahead with capital markets, and exactly like what Narendra said, eventually that chaska, that nasha of making money is so much that many of them get into day trader, this thing. Day trading, I personally feel, is a universally losing kind of a proposition, unless you are one of the market manipulators, for which you need to have hundreds of crores. It doesn't happen otherwise. So the risks are tremendously high. I would not really advise you unless and until it is just purely for investment and multiplication. Thirdly, you can invent technology or maybe software which help increase sales and services without a corresponding increase in employees and facilities cost, which mean that software which may be related to your medical business, if you create technology, for example, monitoring of patients in an ICU, there are people who have done this particular thing, and initially they do spend a lot of money, running into crores. But once your product is ready, then once you deploy, it doesn't matter, because the product keeps on hammering out maybe 10 patients, 100 patients, 1,000 patients, 100,000 patients, but your revenue keeps on coming in. So an individual also can continue doing this. So what happens after that particular thing? So you can expand into either a nursing home or diagnostic center offering investigations, further business revenues like home care, and in addition, garner additional revenue. So these are the things where you can actually scale up your revenue even as an individual. The nursing home, either singly or in partnership, has been a long time concept which increases the clinic revenue several fold. Dr. Dedia mentioned that his revenue went up by almost about 10 times, and invariably almost every person will find that despite heavy investment which is required in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, not as much, but in Mumbai a huge investment is really required to even put up a nursing home. And if you do a true calculation for that, a substantial amount of money goes just in paying those kind of installments. But it can act for offering medium of care for fellow doctors, also increasing your revenue. Normally, in an efficiently run and well patronized nursing home, the gross profit margin should be at least 30% of turnover. So what happens here is 20% of the turnover which your patients bring in will be your own practice money, and another 30% of turnover is your profit. So what you have landed up doing by putting that small nursing home is you have practically more than doubled your existing kind of a practice. Apart from that, your number of patients also are going to go up. So yes, this is a well documented way of scaling up your revenue, and it is in your own field, so you have got a good control over that particular part of the business. But what happens in the long term? See, when you do this particular thing, you are almost in a late 30s or early 40s. You're very happy because you're making a lot of money. It comes late, then comes your late 50s, early 60s, when you are ready to take a retirement. And if it's a small nursing home, which means that maybe about 1,800 to 2,000 or 2,500 square feet, which has actually serviced 10 of your patients, then unless and until your next generation is ready to take it over, or it's a good sellable proposition a few decades later after you started it, most of the nursing homes will land into a dead end. They will sell only for their real estate value, which you yourself have actually generated. So not a great option in larger cities for a smaller nursing homes. So you make merry while it lasts, you have your good revenue, you have your good income, etc. But I would not really advise this. I wouldn't do it myself today, not necessarily at my age, but even if I was say 35 years of age, I probably would not go in for formation of a nursing home. I would rather go in a different direction. Now, there are various ways of planning medical businesses, and let's see what are the principles which go into that. One is you have to have human resource knowledge and people management. Ultimately, please understand, when you're going to run a business, you need human resources in the form of, even if it's an individual practice, your own secretary is sitting there. She has to be, she or he has to be a very amicable kind of a person who has to be approachable all the time. Timing and planning your schedules, and when you are not there, getting to know the patient and then giving them whatever information is required. Now, you expand this to even large kind of businesses, your human resource knowledge and people management skill becomes the most important thing, particularly in a human ailment like medicine. Then second is addressing the physical location and needs of that facility. Now, when you are putting up a facility, whether it's an individual clinic, whether it's a nursing home, whether it's a hospital, there are two things about a hospital is, one is its location, and second is it planned as per the needs. This is very, very important. There is no point in my living in Prabhadevi and my hospital being in Thane. I will go there maybe once, twice or thrice, but then I'll start looking for where exactly can I go closer by. So the physical location needs to be close to the number of people who are going to need your service, and it needs to be planned as per whatever other needs. What is the big point of planning a huge kind of a setup if you're going to put an ophthalmology hospital or delivery center? So, but at the same time, there are specialties which will need large format kind of hospitals. Third one is finances. I think everybody, today's topic itself is finance. So you must understand what it is. You must understand spreadsheets. You must understand money arrangement, cash flow management, valuations. One of the worst things that what happens in case of medical science, and this happens universally, I see this whenever I interact anybody from business, from finance, they say that medical centers are the place where money management is the worst because cash flow management is extremely poor. Many of our patients have insurance policies which the third-party administrators are administering, and your claims just don't come in time. They say that they'll pay you money within 45 days, but it just doesn't happen. Many times these claims go on for years together and often get rejected after some time, causing a lot of heartburns between the patient and the hospital for no fault of this thing. So finance management has to be absolutely crystal clear and prim and proper. This is extremely important. finance is like the cardiovascular, finance is like the blood which is circulating in your body. Unless and until your finance professionals who are like the heart pumping the blood in properly, they handle it correctly, you are going to land into problems. I was just talking the other day on a flight to somebody who was a CEO of an international chain, not of a hospital, but something else, whose sister is a doctor in the US. And he said that the worst finance, the cash management that he has seen was in her sister's office, where the receivables, which had exceeded 6 months, was almost about $6 million. He said, heads will roll in professional circles if this were to happen. But I think every hospital has crores and crores, particularly, the central schemes. There are times when large hospitals like Jaslok had receivables of over 10 crores. The next understanding the planning is information technology. This is absolutely vital to now. I think having an electronic medical record is become mandatory. Having a hospital information system, a financial information system, a management information reports, inventory and pharmacy management, everything should ideally be digitalized. I don't think that Vashisht would have been able to do anything if he was not digitalized already. It helps not only to keep a control, but it also helps you grow your business. One of the hospital chains, there are ways of actually approaching your clientele through information technology, through the various media which are available there. There is Facebook, there is Instagram, and there are so many other ways of doing this particular thing. And the hospital actually earlier only 1% of patients used to approach it. They started this about 2 years back. Information technology thrust they gave, spent a lot of money on it, designing the whole strategy, spending money for deploying companies and all that. And today, 7% of their revenue comes from this particular resource. The next one is continuous quality improvement is absolutely mandatory, be it individual practice or be it corporate practice. This is very, very important. And what does quality improvement mean? Error reductions is something which is very, very important. No matter how good you are, no matter how good is your planning, there will be errors in clinical delivery of your care. So identify the gaps. Starting from a gap? If a patient comes to your reception, what is the time taken for issuing a file to him or identifying the doctors to whom he should go? And this should run in a few minutes, not 1 hour or 2 hours. What is the time that he's taking to clear his bill and leave the hospital after discharge? Should not take 4 hours. I mean, today, even in our center, it does not matter how good we are managing, it still takes 2 hours because the insurance doesn't give really a clearance. So once the digitalization actually keeps on happening and progressing, everything will be actually online. And that is the time when 30 minutes should be an acceptable kind of a limit. But that is something of my imagining that there will be a bullet train everywhere in our country. So gaps like that should have strategies to improvise and implement, and your administration has to be absolutely in tune with this. Increase adaptability to the whole situations, because what happens is the requirements keep changing for clinical service. So the organization needs to be adaptable, and it has to be able to kind of be elastic to that requirement. Increase productivity. You can have the same infrastructure with additional services. For example, what happened is, everybody knows that during the time of COVID, only one particular type of a patient who was not the best for revenue purposes kept on getting admitted in all hospitals. So a very large chain, now the largest chain in our country is Apollo. They increased their productivity with the same infrastructure, with the same kind of this thing. They sat in their ivory towers, but what happened is they reached out through information technology. So they started call a doctor, then the teleconsultation. They had all the consultants sitting there idly without doing much of a work, but they were put to absolutely the consultants were very happy. They were consulting, they were getting the revenue, the hospital was getting revenue. This was backed further by the telepharmacy, etc. And then that is how Apollo went up by about, in fact, they increased their overall turnover and product, and it does not really need any additional infrastructure. It's the same infrastructure. So your revenue is absolutely incremental. So this is exactly how they do it. Improve the morale. This is very important because your staff has to be one with the overall the thought process. The body and soul have to work together. So town hall meetings or getting the management getting together with the staff, breathing the objectives, taking stock of the situation, difficulties in delivering care, etc., is very, very important. Then comes the strategic management of all these factors, which are very, very important. And this is a continuous process. Cost management is a continuous process. Everything that is being done has a certain amount of a cost. You are actually offering, say, suppose you are offering, say, deliver. Like, let me take one example of you are delivering, say, a chemotherapy. So there is a cost to it of getting the medicines. There is a cost for storing the medicine. There's a cost of administrating the medicine, and the whole package comes to a cost management of administering of chemotherapy. So there are several components which actually you can keep on working on that. You can actually keep on reducing the costs and then improve your profitability and maybe even share it with the patient so that even the patient benefits. Patient care management, there are yardsticks for evaluating patient care management. Time, the turnaround time. Hello. The turnaround time, the quality of care, the complaint management, etc. And this is a never-ending kind of a story. Information management, like what I mentioned, and the various systems which are being followed, management of that. Now we come to the scalable business. A scalable business is one that can increase its revenues without adding incremental costs. When you create a product like, say, a calorie counting software, you have created a scalable business. The majority of your startup cost goes into software development, but once it is ready, the software can be reproduced inexpensively and sold to an unlimited number of customers without incurring significant additional costs. Your profits will continue to increase over time without the addition of facilities and staff. You can actually, like what I said, anything has an upfront development cost, but it is scalable if it can be mass produced or purchased and distributed using your existing staff. So when you give your medicine to your patients, you can either buy it in retail from others, or you can have a regular price control kind of a strategy, and then facility and distribution channels. Pharmaceuticals and nutritional supplements are an example. You could actually extend it to health monitors, such as blood sugar testing devices, pregnancy tests, and apps that keep track of athletic performance or blood pressure based on what is your practice. Now, this is not going to be greatly useful to an oncologist, but there are colleagues here who are sitting in this particular August audience who may actually need this. Services are not scalable because they require additional staff to perform the service, and each staff member has a maximum number of patients that can be serviced each day. For example, physiotherapy or dental care, you can't really scale them too much because there's always a limit on that. Then use mobile technology, like what I said, like how Apollo brought that particular thing by providing healthcare services to more patients without requiring any additional increase in size of the facility. Now, what can happen, and this can be done even by a general practitioner, that patients with simple health problems like common cold could answer a questionnaire about symptoms and can receive a prescription. Blood testing devices could report to a computer. Now, this was actually, COVID threw a lot of challenges, but COVID brought in also a lot of benefits because patient monitoring devices became very, very common and acceptable. This acceptability is very, very important. Today, you can sit at one place and monitor patients at multiple locations, and because you have equipment that reports to a computer and that monitors blood characteristics and adjusts medicine dosage accordingly. Mobile devices also expand the scalability even more so than standard desktop computer programs because they allow access to a system whenever your patient happens to be at the time. The commonest this thing is the Holter monitoring by these kind of things. You can now, the economy of scale is by buying medicines in bulk or by fitting more employees and services into existing facilities. Although this might increase revenues, it also increases both the cost of sales and cost of administration. If your business is scalable, your cost of sales might increase, but your cost of your core operations don't have to increase to create additional revenues. Now, scaling up in a non-corporate medical business, you could do group practice, or which can be, there are various ways of doing group practice, which is a very, very good thing, because quite often what happens is, if you're a general physician, say an MD physician or a surgeon, you really work hard, almost like a dog, and then you have no leave. You go, you are ultimately a daily wages laborer. It doesn't matter what you're earning. Even today, the highest earning cardiac surgeon in this country is a daily wages laborer. He doesn't do the CABG, he doesn't get his money. But if you have a group practice, many of these things can be addressed. And this is the reason why group practices are very, very common in case of United States of America. And the whole thing, it is common. And for example, the cancer hospital in Singapore, the leading cancer, the Parkway Cancer Hospital, has started as a group practice where they pulled in their all income. Ownership was completely different from the contribution. They decided the amount of money which each guy was supposed to draw for his home and hearth, and rest all went actually into the group kitty, probably exactly like what MOC is doing. So ideally, various disciplines, consultants, specialties who are not stepping on individual toes should get together. They should, ideally have equivalent expertise, or should have layered their people. And ideally, if they are all having the standing of all partners, it's generally good. This is exactly what we did in the beginning. Each function can be assigned to individual members, and expansion across profitable lines can be delegated to individual members, and responsibility of performance also can be assigned. So you can have a function in a particular area, say a gastrointestinal service or a urology service, and then you can have segmentation analysis, and you can actually make them responsible. One of the important thing, which is very important for expanding medical business, it involves marketing. And we must know marketing, because that's the way we stand out from our competitors, as well as to inform consumers about how they can be offered the best patient experience. The objectives and plans are education and prevention of lay people, raise awareness of services, identify new patient areas, and there is a brand building. Now, we must understand the 4 P's for this particular thing is price, placement, product, and promotion. Now, with the rising cost of healthcare, price is among the highest concerns for prospective patients, especially those without comprehensive health insurance coverage. You'll always find, now, if you really analyze how exactly the large hospitals have done. Now, the first chain to come up in 1980 was Apollo. Now, what they had done is they had actually divorced from the health care, which was state sponsored, and they were offering premium healthcare services at a premium cost. So they actually established a standard at that level. What has Devi Shetty has done is his entire chain has targeted themselves in between Apollo and the state health services, and it's a medium. So the average revenue of bed per day, average revenue which a hospital bed generates per occupied bed per day, is completely different. For Apollo, it's somewhere around 52,000 rupees per patient per bed, whereas in case of Devi Shetty's, it's somewhere around 27 to 30,000. So obviously you will get a lot of patients. So he's addressing the bottom 2/3 of the pyramid of the Indian population. So providers should be aware of any opportunities where they can offer the best care at the lowest price. Many providers offer simple tests such as blood pressure checks, cholesterol tests, HIV, etc. at no cost, or reduced prices to raise patient awareness of their services. So if your infrastructure is that way, this is you can do it. Second is the placement. Vital services, no matter how inexpensive, you may be almost giving them free also, but must be made available to patients to be effective. If they can't really access you, there is no point in it. If you're available in locations or during hours where patients cannot access them, then the patients remain at risk and the providers miss out on opportunity to treat them. So there's a saying in village saying that if you offer an elephant, even at a cost of a betel nut, it's not really, nobody's going to pick it up from you because it's not going to be affordable. So providers can seek out new locations closer to their people, expand operating hours, offer walk-in and same-day appointments, and reach out into local communities to offer more access to healthcare services and stand out from competition. We did this when we started our Asian Cancer Institute in 2002. Our goal was to establish diagnosis and to start the preliminary treatment within 72 hours. So when new patients came, we would do a biopsy. If it was a surface lesion, we would do a punch biopsy. If it was a deeper lesion, we would do a sonographic true cut biopsy, do a frozen section, and with excellent pathology backup, our results would be almost about 95%. A positive report will help you, a negative doesn't rule it out. So only those 5% would have a problem of a repeat biopsy or something, but then you can actually start the treatment. Now, if the patient, what happens is, suppose if it's a stage 4 malignancy patient who is, say, a lung cancer patient, and he has got metastasis everywhere, now this is the time when we did not really need, the mutation testing was not really known. All that we needed is to differentiate between squamous cell carcinoma and adenocarcinoma. And if it's a stage 4 malignancy who is not going to come for surgery, we would do a true cut biopsy or even a neck node biopsy, get the frozen section. If it's squamous cell carcinoma, you decide one type of a schedule. If it's adeno, you would decide another type of a schedule. You would put a port at the same time, indwelling port at the same time. So in 24 hours, patient got diagnosis, preparation for the treatment. 24 hours later, patient gets the treatment. 72 hours, he finishes the chemotherapy and he takes a flight and goes out. So his treatment has commenced. So this is very, very important to realize. Okay. So marketing, the product is very important. The patient's office visit is a small component of the healthcare services that providers offer. Providers must also deliver products to patients that can improve their quality of life. This can include medication, testing kits, orthopedic supplies, as well as on-call. What we normally do now is when the patient gets discharged, there is a prescription for next 5-10 days. We make a box and we give it to the patient also. This adds to the comfort of the patient primarily, but it also adds to the revenue of the hospital. Next one is promotion. Promotion is the most important aspect of marketing mix, yet it is often overlooked. Many larger providers such as major hospital chains, etc., use mass media to promote their services. Smaller providers like individual clinics, smaller hospitals can promote their services at grassroots level. An example of this community involvement is the maternity and delivery services, IVF clinics, etc. It creates a colorful and educational brochure to promote their efforts. Alternate revenues, I have already spoken about this, about the fast money. Be very, very careful because it's completely different field with equal or probably more variables than medicine, and precisely the strong points of your practice can become your weak points in the investment field. You may be a number 1 man in your medical line, but you will be a bottom man in the investment field, and there are enough sharks there who are going to take you for a ride. Often basic requirements of investments are glossed over. Regular records, which are very, very important, which you do for your patient. You don't do anything for this thing. Suppose something happens to you and your records are just not there of how many lakhs you invested, where, with whom, your family will be in an absolutely doghouse. Review of decisions of investment, risk appetite, cost of funds, waiting ability. There are some investments which will take 3-5 years for giving returns, cost of transaction, the brokerage, etc. Finally, while doing all this, running from pillar to post in our practice, keeping the rest of the time in investment, we forget something very basic, is we don't take a term life insurance. This is very, very important. And for all this, which means that your patient is coming to you for consultation because you are the professional expert. If you are going to manage the product of your hard work, that's your money, then why not have a professional consultant or an agency overlooking everything? Everyone cannot have one individual chartered accountant looking after his own investments and all that, unless and until your portfolio is hundreds of crores worth. But there are enough number of agencies. For example, FINCON itself, they can be actually put to use, and you ragada them, absolutely demanding what you want. Educating patients about serious health conditions such as heart disease, etc. Now, how do you improve whatever the patient walk-ins is you actually educate many of these patients who won't even know what is causing them. There are people who are smokers, they don't know that there are problems. What causes diabetes? How exactly? What is the problem? So hospitals will often promote their services through free or discounted health screenings, such as conditions that what the health so many camps what you see are meant actually for these kind of screenings. They help the patient understand these conditions and how to take preventive measures. Hospitals can also demonstrate the skills in dealing with a patient who have such conditions. Raise awareness of services. Unless and until you talk to the patients, talk to the doctors, talk to the referring physicians about the services which are going to help the patient, like prenatal care, occupational rehabilitation, cancer screening, how will you differentiate between facilities and select those that offer what they need? Hospitals and other care facilities employ such tactics as social media campaigns, outreach programs, and online videos to demonstrate their capabilities of prospective patients. Identifying new areas. Just as patients must ascertain which healthcare facility can best meet their needs, facilities must determine which patients are best fit for their mission statement. For instance, a clinic that specializes in treating expectant mothers and newborns would likely to be more successful in an ad campaign that will be probably in Femina or in other women's magazine, rather than going into some Stardust or something like that. So this is very, very important for us to realize. Finally, it comes to the brand realization, brand building, that you go to this place, you are being treated well. And this is what most of these hospitals which have done. For example, now people say that, okay, you go to X Y hospital at Mahim, you will get a good consultant that is at a reasonable price. So this is what happens. But there are widespread changes in healthcare industry now. So a lot of these brand awareness is being lost. But the basic objective should be to demonstrate how the facility can deliver the best technology and the best patient experience at the best price for the target market. When the facility backs up that marketing by providing the promised level of care to the customer. In the United States, the website has a number of, suppose providing, say, esophagectomy. They will have the data there of so many esophagectomies done in so many years, year by mortality, year by complication rates, year by complaint rates, and so on and so forth. So it's very easy for the patients to recognize the quality in that facility brand. And then that will deliver the most personal form of advertising, the word of mouth. Now, when you go to institutional leadership, which means that after from an individual thing to a partnership to a small nursing home to now you come to a large institution, what they need to ask for themselves is, how does my business model need to change to create value in the future healthcare world? What are my endowments? Which means that if you don't have money, don't try to think in terms of a 300-bedded hospital. How do my resources, capital and talent allocation approach? The most famous hospital in the suburbs, in the west, in the western Mumbai, was started by a brilliant cardiothoracic surgeon, a brilliant man, excellent man. But probably, the number two point here, what I'm mentioning, he did not really envisage really that much well. So how do I need to rewire my organization to design it for speed? How should I construct an innovation model that rapidly accesses the broader market for innovation? How does my acquisition or a partnership or an alliance approach need to adopt this rapid innovation? And how do I prepare my broader organization to adopt and scale to new innovation? Please understand one thing, medicine is changing. Everything is changing day in and day out. This is very important. So your organization has to move and it has to adapt to the new technologies. It has to have new people. So you have to have a finance professional unit, human resources unit, administration, general and medical are completely separate for a large place. Understand the difference between a chief operating officer who will take control of all the operational processes. And as I mentioned all this time, they understand analyze all the processes, how can they be improved upon, starting from cost to time to patient care to everything. And then you have the CEO who actually bridges the gap between the board of directors and the hospital visions. Pharmacy and inventory management has to be absolutely tight to avoid and eliminate leakages, as well as to ensure that the cash management is done very well. Information technology is essentially your nervous system, and the marketing obviously for people to know what you are doing. And then all these are fine-tuned and controlled by the committees, the audit committees, financial and medical committees. Now, so all this, if you are going to get into the big league, now big league is essentially trying to be a big fish in big waters. This is not so straightforward. So this slide I have picked up from McKinsey, and you can actually see this strategic planning as the three-phase approach. Phase one is set up your strategic planning project. Stage two is gather and analyze data and provide key insights. And stage three is define and implement. And you can see here that there are 24 product key tools and frameworks, etc. Now, as individuals, we are not likely to get onto this particular thing. And if at all we get into this, they are unlikely to be listening to this particular conference. Understand one thing, it's the same ball. The ball is moving from maybe a table tennis size to a football size, but it is the same ball. So the principles of management will remain the same. And that's the precise reason why I have put this particular slide here. So everything, you must be very, very clear. What happens is, now if you see the strategy and execution matrix, now look at this arrow. As we commonly say, strategy without execution is a dream. आप बोलोगे ना मैं ये करूंगा वो करूंगा हॉस्पिटल खोलूंगा कुछ होता नहीं है भाई भूल जाओ. Execution without a strategy, आपने कुछ सोचा ही नहीं है भाई डाल दिया 10 करोड़ का नर्सिंग होम डाल दिया. That's going to be your nightmare, not only yours, but your families also. This is very, very important. Only about 10% of companies have a good strategy and a good execution, and you must try and fit into that. And for this, eternal vigilance is the price for financial freedom. This is very, very important. Let's just take a small this thing. Apollo actually started in 1980, took 10 years to be profitable. And mind you, not even a single private hospital at that time. It went through diversification. They started pharmacy, residential facility for patients, teleconsults, telepharmacy, partnering with others, etc., to make it more profitable. And the teleconsults, as I mentioned. Fortis started in 1996, went through a change of acquisition, low-cost collaborations, etc. Manipal is the oldest chain, now is on acquisition spree. Shelby, interesting story. Devi Shetty's I have already mentioned. Aster, Amrita has got the world's probably the largest hospital today at 6,000 crore, nearly a little short of $1 billion, but a massive, massive 1 crore square feet hospital in Faridabad now. Wockhardt has an interesting story. Now, this is something which is actually an individual ailment blown in a very, very large scale. Beautiful hospitals, 14 hospitals built, one after another, excellent standard of care, everything. But they also had another business line. And there is the problem of investments. Now, exactly like what Narendra said, why should you get into trading? Somebody got into trading there. They lost a huge amount of money. They had to sell off 8 hospitals. And that is how this number 2 Fortis started in 1996. So this is exactly what happened. Same way, Shelby also started the same way. So, well, capable people will convert a disaster also into an opportunity. And in fact, one man's misfortune is another man's fortune. So that is exactly how it happens. But please understand that doctors are basically good people. They're hardworking people. They're daily wages laborers. We don't want their money to be lost, their houses to be under stress. Now, our own model, we started in 2002. Essentially, we started at the Piramal facility. There was the Wellspring Clinic, which was basically a daycare kind of a center in 2002. But the single, we used to have our OPD and chemotherapy thing there. But we realized that this single truncated module is not really going to work, because if you can't have an ability to admit patients directly under your supervision, you are running a very high risk of getting into problems. We used to give chemotherapy there with all, and we had all the processes that were mentioned just a little while back. But the thing is, your patient gets into some kind of a fall in his WBC. Where do you admit him? He has to be admitted under somewhere else. Some of us were attached elsewhere also, but that does not really give you a lot of happiness. But we started growing really from 2012. From 2002, we started at Raheja Hospital by the end of 2002, where actually we were supposed to actually start a comprehensive cancer hospital with radiation therapy. Somehow, for some reason, it did not function, and suddenly Fortis actually came in 2007 there. And then we decided to move out to Somaya. So that's how we had our surgery, rehabilitation, medical oncology, everything in our hand. In 2012, it really started. We were about to put radiation therapy, and that is the time when COVID hit us. In 2016, we developed a daycare center in Borivali. What happened there is our costs of functioning were fairly high because it was completely owned and managed by the medical oncologists of ACI. And we realized that over a period of time, it's not going to really make any profit. So we shifted it to a shop-in-shop concept, to a low cost management of hospital. Then we also started our peripheral center in Bhubaneswar in 2016. And we still have a sustainable, scalable kind of a patient care model at that. COVID shock actually came in 2019. So we closed down Somaya. And in 2018, we shifted. And now we are on a growth spree. So what is the take-home message? Work with an objective, plan a strategy and follow it. One is for your individual practice scale up. You would not treat a patient without having a diagnosis and a plan of treatment. So same way, you have to have, you treat your practice as your patient, and then plan a strategy and follow it through very, very carefully. Always achieve a work-life balance. There's no end to it. You practice for 12 hours, patients will come for 14 hours. Practice for 14 hours, patient will come for 18 hours. There are people even today running their OPDs at 1 a.m. I mean, all luck to them, but this is something which is not, doesn't have a long kind of a phase that way. Secure your family. Keep your, ideally, if it's possible for you, keep your finances separate, business finances separate from your family, this thing, and don't make them wait. Suppose your child wants something, your wife wants a car, or she wants a jewelry or something like that. Don't say, abhi hospital acha chalne do, baad mein main karunga, because ultimately, if she wants it at her age of 35 or 40, she's not going to remain 40 for the rest of your life. Don't overborrow. Everybody wants everything. Now, everybody, you may want to be the owner of Apollo. It's never going to happen. So don't try to overborrow and try to do things which you can never do. Decide your core competence and what exactly makes you happy and stick to it. Even today, doing a very difficult thoracic surgery gives me great happiness than that transaction in a stock market, which may end up giving me maybe a few millions. And so that's why, you know, I don't really, when it comes to time allocation, I give it still more time to my medical field rather than to that investment which is being taken care of by itself. Never be shy to take professional help. This is, I think, amongst all the take-home messages, I would say that when you're looking at medicine and investments together, if a patient is coming to you for assigning their life to you, because you are a professional, don't ever be shy to take professional help from professional investment consultants. Be remembered by your family, friends, and society for good things that you do. Don't leave them in huge amount of loans or a mess where there are no records. Please don't do that. So wish you all the best. Thank you. Goodbye.
Dr. Deshpande, can I congratulate you on this extensively beautiful, in-depth talks, and especially coming from a Deshpande. All right, trust me, I am so proud of you now. All right, Maharashtrians are absolutely not known to be business-minded. They just don't know how to increase their wealth.
I just have some Guju friends, madam.
No, but you learned, right? The point is that you learned and you scaled up. So Maharashtrians, please take a cue from Dr. Deshpande. We, all of us now, are feeling very energized and very enthusiastic to go ahead and try and scale up our practice. But to know that and how to scale up, first we need to look into our own गिरेबान में देखना बहुत जरूरी है कि भाई तुम्हारे पास पैसा कितना है, तुम इन्वेस्ट कितना कर सकते हो, कितना तुम borrow कर सकते हो. Like Dr. Deshpande said, do not over borrow and all that. So we need to take a wealth audit for ourselves to know what we currently have. AMC is tied up with Innovate for the same, and today we launch a wealth audit. And Nehal, I would request you to take over just for 2 minutes and explain to our audience today what this wealth audit includes and how it is going to be beneficial to our members. Nehal, over to you.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you to AMC as always to give a platform, to bring up new things for the benefit of the members. We have been working with
Nehal,
AMC.
your video
on
is
the
off. Nehal, video is off.
Okay, just one second.
So she's playing her slides.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
That's the first slide.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah. So like I said that, since last 7-8 years, we've been affiliated with AMC, and financial planning is a core to what we do. The speakers have very rightfully said so far that it's so important. The planning of finances is so important. So one aspect is a business finance. The other aspect is a personal finance. So we do a very in-depth, analysis, how much you earn, where are you spending, what money will go reinvest in your business, and what out of that you will take home personally. Like Dr. Deshpande very rightly said, that you don't need to deprive your family at the right age, for decisions which they need to make with their own personal jewelry, car, lifestyle, education. In spite of you investing back in your hospital or business, if you have done your personal financial planning very well, you can manage all this. So while we've been working with doctors, we saw one thing that over the years, they have accumulated a lot of investments. So many people approach, many patients, and they will, just go ahead and make an investment, not thinking too much. And after a few years, they'll be sitting on a pile of investments, not knowing why they invested, what is the instrument, whether it is an equity, debt, do they have the right kind of nominees, beneficiaries and all. So we saw this, issue in every single doctor family whom we used to get affiliated with. And we decided that before financial planning, what actually doctors need is a wealth audit. And so officially today, we will launch what this wealth audit is and what will we do for the members. So in the wealth audit services, y'all can just book a session with the financial OPD team of AMC, and you will be actually, there will be a complete thorough, there'll be a thorough check of all the nominations for all your investments. Wherever there are no joint beneficiaries, they will be added. There will be an advice to first consolidate all your investments in one place. There will be an advice to consolidate all the physical documents at one place. We will also help you actually convert everything into a digitized and a DMAT form. And at the end of this wealth audit, you will have a complete register. These are all your assets, check for joint holders, check for nominations, and these are all the liabilities. And then we'll also give you a way, make you prepared at all point of time, that in case if you have financial assets, see physical assets, if something happens to the main person, it's not easy to transfer immediately. But financial assets, you can transfer to the next generation very simply by having your DMAT accounts and all your investments in a certain combination. When there is joint, how you can have joint with your individual accounts planned in such a way that in case if there is any emergency, the financial assets can go to the next generation in a very smooth way. So we are launching officially this wealth audit service for all the AMC members. We will be putting a link. You all can just click on the link, book a session with a certified financial planner and actually avail the wealth audit service. There is no need, there's no need for you to make any investments or anything. It has nothing to do with investments. It is just for you to understand where do you stand in your financial life today, get an asset and a liability register, and ensure that there are joint account, a nominee, beneficiary in all your investments. And basically make it in such a way that if there is any eventuality, everything can pass to the next generation very smoothly. So I will say that every doctor family should make the use of this wealth audit service, which we are launching officially for AMC today. So thank you so much, Dr. Nilima, for giving us the platform to launch this, and all over to you again.
Nehal, that was a much needed thing. I remember our interactions regarding this, regarding 2-3 people who had terrible emergencies in their own homes, which prodded you and prompted you to start this facility. We are going to have these wealth audits, and it's a paid service. Please remember, because the wealth audit is a detailed audit which is done and a lot of pain is taken by the financial advisors. But please do avail of this so you come to know exactly where you stand. So tomorrow when you want to scale up, you can put your own finances and take whatever is extra and additionally needed. So Finovate, thank you very much. And I hand over to Vikram. Vikram, please continue the program further. And you've been doing a fabulous job, Vikram. Take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelima. First of all, I would like to thank Apla Manus, Dr. Raman Deshpande sir, for an eye-opener talk. As they say, all good things must come to an end, but this was one session which I personally felt should go on a little more. But given the constraints of time, I think it was a really fantastic talk, and we will be uploading the recorded session on the YouTube channel of AMC, where all the AMC members can go back and listen to all the points that have been shared by our distinguished speakers for the day. Also, thank you, Nehal, for launching the audit, OPD, that financial audit OPD, and AMC members will definitely benefit by your expertise and experience. With this, I would like to now invite Ms. Rekha Monoth, my co-MOC, to introduce our next speaker. Rekha, please do the needful.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram. Thank you for inviting me to introduce our next guest. But before that, I would like to mention, wow, I mean, I really feel privileged to be on the same platform as Dr. Raman Deshpande, Dr. Manyar, and Dr. Narendra Dedia for the day. And it has been such a wonderful session, and we have all been enjoying that thoroughly. So the past few sessions have been on the mantra behind the success of scaling up your business, and what business model will be the ideal one for your business where you can look at successfully scaling up your business. So this has been a talk on the processes for the scaling up businesses. But right now the next session would be complementing our previous discussions. So finance is an integral part of all our business decisions. So I would, in order to talk finance regarding the business models, I would like to introduce and welcome our next speaker for the day, Mr. Vamesh Chovatia. Mr. Vamesh Chovatia is a partner with Healthcare Fund at Tata Capital Limited. He has over 25 years of experience in investment banking and private equity advisory. His experience spans managing investments and advising businesses across multiple industries. Prior to joining Tata Capital, he was the managing director of New Enterprise Associate India Private Limited, which is an affiliate of US-based venture capital firm. And he was focused on investing in pharma and life sciences sectors, where he led investments in a company engaged in manufacturing of radiation therapy equipment and a company developing digital medical education courseware. He also holds a postgraduate degree in business management from Symbiosis Institute of Business Management and is a commerce graduate from Mumbai University. So welcome, Mr. Chovatia. Over to you for the next session.
Thank you. I'll just load my presentation and then we can start. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. I think I'm feeling quite overwhelmed to speak after Dr. Manyar and Dr. Deshpande for the fantastic and a very broadly encompassing presentation that they have made. So obviously the task has been made more difficult is all I can say. And so without much ado, I think the subject given to me was fundraising options for medical entrepreneurs. And you will see some sort of an overlap in terms of what Dr. Manyar said, in terms of what Dr. Deshpande said, in terms of what we as private equity investors, because other than what was written in my CV, I've been managing 2 funds for Tata Capital Healthcare Fund, and we invested across some 15 odd companies across various buckets of pharmaceutical products, pharmaceutical services, healthcare services delivery, medical equipment, medical devices, and digital health. So it sort of broadly encompasses 100% of the industry per se, healthcare industry per se, but also at the same time, we are growth capital investors, and I'll talk more about that as we go forward. So importance of private equity as an asset class. I saw some comments earlier today, and I will talk about, what are the obligations that it casts on entrepreneur doctors. And I'm using the word entrepreneur doctors deliberately and not doctor entrepreneurs, because when you are looking to attract equity or bringing in a partner, financial partner into your business, it's imperative that you recognize that when you present yourselves to investors, you are entrepreneurs first and doctors next, in our view, as financial investors. So it's very, very important, and I will, maybe that differentiation will get clarified as we go through this presentation. How does a private equity work? And we have put a small case study on private equity fund investments of a typical deal that we did, just to give you a perspective. Obviously, not everything that we did there would apply to every company, but more or less, the idea was to give this audience a perspective as to how this animal works. Typical sources of financing for companies are debt or equity. In debt, the company has an obligation to the investor, whosoever is giving the debt, to return the money at a predetermined time at a fixed interest rate. Whereas equity, the equity is where you are giving up a portion of your ownership to an institutional investor, and where debts doesn't need to be repaid, but definitely an exit obligation does get cast on the business. And I will talk more about the exit obligation going forward. And sources of capital being private and public, typically with private, which comes from family, friends, and public being when you go IPO and go to larger institutional investors to seek capital. A typical hierarchy of fundraise is own capital starting with, and I think that's what speakers before me alluded to, saying that be clear about what your own finances are and what is left over and how much of your own capital are you going to be putting. You may raise money from friends and family. Then comes the angel funds and venture capital funds. Then comes the private equity funds. Then comes the buyout funds, and I'll talk more about each of these categories. And then IPO, which is quote unquote called the nirvana in your fundraising journey. And debt being, again, there are friends and family obviously come at the top. There are specialist venture debt funds and specialist agencies who give to early stage businesses debt, though it is at a higher rate because it doesn't involve any significant security, but it's at a higher debt. Then there are government agencies and funding grants. Not many people are aware of, but there are some phenomenal programs that have been put in place by the government agencies and through BIRAC and the small and medium enterprises ministry, etc., where there is ability to raise funding from them. And trust me, these agencies, though so-called quote-unquote government agencies, operate in an extremely professional manner in supporting the small and medium enterprises. And the last being obviously the banks and financial institutions. What is most important here, I would like to use this opportunity of something which I said earlier, entrepreneur, doctor, is to differentiate between shareholding and management, because unfortunately, people fail to recognize, and I'm not blaming them because I have also learned it over the years, that there is a very distinct role for you as a shareholder and for you as a management, and which is something that you need as entrepreneurs, you need to identify and understand very clearly. Because just because you're a shareholder and majority shareholder or promoter shareholder at that, doesn't mean that you are free to do things as per your will. I can name in n number of instances where at the detriment of the company, you as a promoter shareholder end up doing things which are not necessarily aligned to the governance standards of how a corporate needs to be run. That's one thing which I always make a lot of effort when I'm meeting new entrepreneurs in my journey of this, to educate and highlight the fact that just because you are a promoter shareholder doesn't mean that what you do is right as management, and vice versa. That just because you are managing the business, it means that whatever you do is, in the interest of the business. Example, just to give you a couple of small examples. We had a situation where one super specialty clinic chain was earning an EBITDA of 7 crores. And the doctor payout was 50% of the EBITDA. Now, nothing is coming into the company. Company needs the money for growth. One is not saying that the doctors don't need to be paid, because one of the most foolish arguments that I at times tend to receive is saying, oh, if I were to go anywhere outside, then I will get so much more money. So my answer to them is, no disrespect, but my answer to them is, then sure, you should do that. Don't take equity capital, because equity capital comes with its own set of limitations, and more importantly, own sets of disciplining with regard to whose priority is to be given. And at the end of the day, if you have parted equity capital to third-party investors, you as the principal shareholder promoter of the business is supposed to be a trustee and not necessarily behaving in a manner such that it is to the detriment of the company. And there are examples like, personal holiday trips are booked in the company's name, family holiday trips or family expenses are booked in the company's name. Those kind of business practices you need to very clearly understand. Till the time you are a 100% owner of the business and you have nobody else to answer but your family member or your wife, then you're free to do what you want. But the moment you bring an external partner into the business, these are some things that you need to create a discipline about, and we will talk more about it as we go forward. But I'm using this opportunity to very clearly highlight to you that there is a difference between a shareholding that you have in the business and the fact that you are managing the business. They have to be clinically divorced from each other, is when you will really see scale growth happening for the business. This is just a classic example, just a statistics slide that of the top 5, healthcare and life sciences has been the top 5 sectors that has attracted private equity venture capital, over $22 billion in the last 20 years. Obviously, tech got the largest share, but healthcare life sciences is in the top 5. In terms of deal volume, 1,020 deals have taken place. So there is very clearly a great opportunity for attracting private equity for healthcare, life sciences, pharma sectors. There are increasingly sector-focused dedicated funds like ours who are in this business now, who are only focusing on this sector. But as I said, I have broken up the subsector into 5 sub-buckets, which I mentioned earlier. So very clearly, there is momentum, there is positivity, and there is a clear need gap that this kind of capital can provide to scale the infrastructure and the business models of the country. And by the way, I would like to also use this opportunity to highlight the fact that because many a times entrepreneurs mistake discipline with constraint, it's finally dependent on you as an investor, as an entrepreneur to ask. And that's the thing which I tell all my entrepreneurs to ask the question. Please ask the question that whenever something is being suggested, is it in the interest of the business? Or is it in the personal interest of the private equity investor? Or is it in the personal interest of the entrepreneur? And as long as the answer is that it's in the interest of the business, everybody is aligned as shareholders of the business. And I think that's very, very important differentiation again, which I'm highlighting, that entrepreneurs need to understand. And it doesn't matter whether it is medical entrepreneurs, non-medical entrepreneurs, somebody who's making steel or automobiles, but these fundamental tenets, fundamental principles are sacrosanct. Types of funds, venture capital funds are a type of private equity investments made at early stage where the business is not yet proven their ability and they're still trying to find a business model, for want of a better word, I'm saying. And they're trying to their pre-revenue small average. Typical deal sizes are $5 to $10 million that nowadays get raised, though this characteristics has changed in the last 4 to 5 years. Earlier, it used to be the 1 to 2 million category variety. I've given some names of the investors, typical investors who do venture capital investing. Growth investing is when the business has progressed significantly higher in the life cycle. It doesn't need proving the business model. The business model is well proven. You now need capital to grow and replicate that business model either across multiple centers in the case of hospitals or healthcare services delivery business, or you need money for setting up a manufacturing facility when it involves medical equipment, medical devices businesses, and so on and so forth. Depending on the characteristics of the business, this capital is available from anywhere between 10 to 25, 10 to $30 million ticket size ranges for scaling up and taking the business to the next orbit. One oft-repeated example that I love to quote is the fact that this is like multiple engines that are there. If you want to reach Mars, you obviously cannot use an engine which will take you only up to Moon. And therefore, this is the role that each of these venture capital, growth equity, buyout funds offer. And just to give you a perspective on the buyout funds are largely about practices where I think Dr. Deshpande mentioned, if my memory serves me right in this presentation, is the fact that there's no second generation to take care of business. You've scaled the business, you've taken growth equity, you've taken it to a level where either the professionals take over, but what about your stake in the business? How do you monetize it? And which is where the buyout funds come into play, where they are more than happy to buy out your stake in the business, allow you to continue to run it. But at the same time, they become equity owners. You as entrepreneurs are getting now encashment of the wealth and of the value that you built, which translates into monetary wealth as you exit some of these businesses. Because it's very, very critical that when you build businesses, and again, another question which I ask all my entrepreneurs across sectors is that what are you building this for? If you're building it for your next generation, your children, etc., great, no problem. But the fact is that you've got to be willing to divorce that management aspect from the shareholding, because for all you know, your children may not be necessarily capable of building or scaling the business, and you're better off bringing a professional CEO and at the same time simultaneously monetizing your investment, rather than and there are a lot of these, as I call it in my parlance, living dead kind of business models who are making money, doing fine, but they're not scaling. Why? Because of the inability of the entrepreneur to let go and allow somebody who's more smarter than himself to help scale and grow these businesses. Having said that, there are successes and there are a lot of failures. So it's not like a one size fits all, and it's not like a mantra from heaven saying that this is the way to go. But I think it's sort of horses for courses. But typically, this is the path that people tend to take in terms of venture growth and buyout fund journey. Or if at all, if you have ended up doing an IPO like Apollo or Dr. Devi Shetty, where you continue lifelong doing what you're doing, but provided you grow. If you don't grow, even the stock market is unforgiving of businesses which fail to grow. Sorry. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm having some trouble with my screen. Hang on. Yeah. I'm on slide 7 types of, yeah. So private equity is of significant relevance, as I say, increased stability for promoters, because you now have access to risk capital. You don't need to be putting all your wealth and trying to grow the business. Lower cost of fundraising from private equity venture capital investors. The biggest value add from PE funds is better corporate governance and mentoring. Because the good news for you is that it's not that you will always know everything that is to be done in life. But by bringing people like us, you are like bringing an outside-in perspective into your business. we sitting where we do as private equity funds have an exposure across a wide swath of businesses and industries. And we've seen their challenges and growth and also the problems that they've faced. And we are able to bring a lot of that learning, distillate it, and share it with our future portfolio companies, whereby at least then you are not making same mistakes again. And therefore, in that process, it is allowing the entrepreneur to be more sharper in terms of the kind of strategy that you build, organizational improvements, operational efficiency. I'll talk about that. And more importantly, access to PE fund networks. Like one thing leads to another, because ultimately having adequate capital to scale and grow this business, you need this access to PE funds network, which brings a lot of support, and we've seen it. And it's not like what I'm saying is new. As I mentioned in one of my earlier slides, 2,000 plus companies have got funded. $22 billion of money has got invested in this space, and people have grown scale. There are some failures, but there are a lot more successes. And that's the part and parcel of the game. And amongst the top 100 public companies, private equity-backed firms reported additional revenue growth as compared to firms without private equity backing, extra PBT growth as compared to firms without private equity backing. These are statistics which are there. They are more leaning towards the business that I am in. But having said that, I somewhere read in one of the comments is the fact that private equity is a pain. They just put you on steroids of growth, and which is why it is very important that you also partner with like-minded investors. It's not like everybody is the same. But having said that, the entrepreneur needs to also understand that when you have chosen to take private equity capital, you are underwriting a certain growth. Private equity needs exit. If businesses go bad, things go bad, sure, shit happens. But the fact of the matter is that there is a principal primary obligation that gets cast on entrepreneurs, and which should not be necessarily taken as a negative, because for all you know, it is coming out of the experience that this business can do better than what it is doing. And if at all, you as an entrepreneur should be smart enough to recognize that maybe I'm better off being just a clinical person than necessarily a managing the business person. Because that's another challenge which I face with a lot of healthcare businesses, is the clinical side of the entrepreneur doctor is so overwhelming that the administrative and operational aspects of the business get suffered. And we have seen situations where 70%, it's a proper hospital. 70% of the revenue, 75% of the revenue is contributed by one doctor. To me, that's a huge risk factor. I will never want to go and back such a business, because then I know there is a big human, personality risk associated with that. God forbid, if that doctor gets knocked over by a bus, it's end of the investment that we have done. And therefore, it's very important that when we evaluate deals, businesses, these things are kept in mind. And more importantly, I urge my entrepreneur doctors to also seriously think about the business being outside of their personality. Because the day you achieve that kind of a balance, that nirvana, I can assure you, you will be less stressed and you will do what you enjoy doing and leave the rest to professionals and specialists who can do that, and which is something which was highlighted in some way by Dr. Vashisht and Dr. Deshpande in their talks earlier. What is a typical business plan? Because that's the starting point of a conversation that an entrepreneur would have with investors like us. So this is just a laundry list of items that are there: executive summary, company history, background, shareholding, the team. Most important, this is one area which we focus immensely on, as to how balanced is the team. Is it a husband, wife, son, daughter-in-law, and that's it, that kind of a business model? Or is there a very wide spread of professional people who are part of the growth team? Because that's an indicator to us as to how this person is thinking in terms of his business. I will definitely, it's a standing joke within my team saying, husband-wife teams are always a challenge for us to back. Why? Because what happens in the bedroom gets carried to the boardroom. And that becomes a bit of a big issue at times, which I've seen in the past, and I can give you enough examples where some of these things, it's very, very important to have a good management team structure back behind it. And I think these organization structures and management team profiles have been shared by the previous presentation, in the previous presentations, that it's not just about I, me, myself. It's all about team. It's all about the quality of people that you bring around you. Another thing which a lot of medical people, healthcare professionals that I meet tend to forget is that what is the problem that you are trying to solve? Please answer that question very, very strictly for your own benefit, because it's not about just building a better mousetrap, saying I'm doing some incremental innovation or incrementally adding to it, because then it doesn't help. The issue is with a lot of healthcare medical professionals, they get so absorbed by whatever innovation that they're doing or whatever, but that is a thin edge of the wedge. The question is, what is it that it's finally going to solve for? And is it just incremental innovation, incremental solving? It doesn't make sense. And which is what will then comes down to the next question of the fact that having identified the problem that you're solving is to identifying the market size. Like we have seen situations, and I don't mind naming these situations also in terms of illustrations. Like one of the big challenges, I have never funded, I mean, this is my personal bias, okay? So please, when I say this, these are some personal biases of mine based on my past experiences. We have never funded a dental business. One of the reasons that it is operationally so intensive, the market size may be there, but at the same time, if for every center, 2 chairs that I build, for that center to hit a 1 crore revenue per annum to start with is a big challenge. And I find it difficult. On an average, it's a 15 lakh, 20 lakh, 25 lakh kind of a center. For them to then build multiple centers where doctors are going to be, it's all very doctor dependent, clinic practice dependent. Those are some of the challenges which limit the scalability of these businesses. Therefore, it's very important to think through in terms of the market sizing, competitive positioning of your company, and more importantly, what is the operational advantage, operational competitive edge that you bring to the table. For that will then lead to bringing more defensibility into your business. Why can't competition beat you? Like people tend to forget a lot in terms of when trying to build their own practices is to not adequately spend time on competitive practice. One of the things that I do in a lot of my companies is I have a dedicated analyst who's part of this finance team to constantly review competitive moves. How is the competition doing? What are they doing? What kind of marketing material they are coming out with? What kind of positioning? I think it becomes a case of a quarterly discussion in all my board meetings, where I need to know that, or more importantly, my entrepreneur team needs to know that what is it that they're doing. They are so obsessed about what they are doing. They're not so focused on what others are doing. And for all you know, you are maybe missing an opportunity and an edge. And therefore, it's very important that this kind of a mindset be developed in terms of competitive intensity, product roadmap, go-to-market strategy. Because again, one of the other challenges that I've seen in some of the companies that we've faced, the great innovation, fantastic product. But when you sit and ask them, what is your go-to-market strategy? How are you going to go and sell the product to the market? They're challenged because they have not brought professionals on board who will help them get to the market. Because ultimately, again, the solution is not to be a better engineered product, but the question is the market going to buy it to use it? Because the truth of the pudding lies there. A lot of people come to me saying that, oh, I've got patents awarded to me. And honest to God, yes, I have respect for the fact that patents have been awarded means there is a certain defensibility. But if those patents are not monetizable, they are of no use. For all you know, I may turn around and say, I have also 5 patents, but none of them I can monetize. So big deal. So it's very, very important for especially the engineering entrepreneurs or the innovation entrepreneurs to be able to understand that These are aspects that, and I'm sorry to say this, but everything that I will say will always need to translate into monetization and monetizability. Otherwise, it is incremental innovation, good. It helps you do your practice better, but it doesn't give you any more money. That's it. You can use it. So I'm being slightly more clinical or black and white about it, but it's very, very important to understand this. I'm not saying that's the only mantra, but it's very, very important to be cognizant and alive to the fact that innovation, patents, etc., have to be monetizable. Unit economics. One of the things that a lot of companies fail to understand is the fact that on one center level, they're fine. But you replicate that one center model across multiple centers, the dynamic changes. The profit and loss dynamic changes. And it's very important to understand that when we are trying to look at aspects, that ultimately you need to arrive at on a steady state basis. If you from a one center, you're going to go to a 10 center model. What does the unit economics look like? How much more do you need to earn per center to ensure that you take care of the costs that you are incurring for these additional centers that are being taken up, so as to ensure that you're finally profitable? Because let's face it, this is business. If I wanted to run a charitable organization, I would be doing CSR, but that's not what I do. And it's very important that within my charitable organization, within my profitable organization, I will do my CSR, I will do my other obligations. But it's very important to understand some of these aspects, and something that was mentioned, understand your financial situation well. Provide a snapshot of your historical numbers, projected numbers, expansion plans. How will you achieve projected numbers? And most importantly, what do you want from the investor? Because that's one question which I always ask my entrepreneurs, and they don't have a good answer. I'm sorry to say. Because for them, everything is saying, okay, I need to raise 20 crores, I need to raise 50 crores, I need to raise 100 crores. So whosoever gives me that, I'm going to take that as part. That is a bad way to look at it. Because many a times, your objectives may be misaligned to the person who's giving you the capital. And after you've taken the capital, it's not easy to divorce. Then effectively you are paying alimony, because this is no different than that. And it at times becomes challenging, and which is why some of the feelings that people have about private equity investors or outside investors. And I use this terminology that ultimately it's an organ transplant you're using. Along with that, you need to give it enough nurturing, medication, etc., so that the organ is allowed to flourish, and whereby the body flourishes, body being the business flourishes. But if you come and bring that organ with some misaligned expectations, you are setting up yourself for disaster. Typical private equity fund works in terms of deal sourcing, due diligence, investment. I'll talk more about this because a question was asked as to how do you do diligence, monitoring, value creation, and exit. Exit is very, very critical, because ultimately, when I am investing in a business, I am investing with an idea to generate returns and take my money back. You may be there for a lifetime, but you need to be absolutely focused on this exit clause, and we will talk about that. There's a bit of a busy slide, but just this breaks down as to how a process works, where there is a preliminary screening meeting. On the left side are the parties who do it, which is the internal parties of a fund. Healthcare fund deal team does the following. Investment committee does the dark blue boxes. And basically we do preliminary screening, conflict checks, meet management. We make an internal presentation. We identify issues for diligence. Is when the first decision point is reached, saying that, yes, we would like to back a business. And then further, it goes down in terms of term sheet negotiations, due diligences, what kind of issues that come up, shareholder agreements, etc. And it's a process. And if you were to ask me, how does the process work? I'm taking an illustrative example of a company that we invested. It's a company that offers artificial intelligence-backed radiology image interpretation for X-rays, CTs, MRIs. It's a hugely growing area because principally because of not adequate number of radiologists being available. And at the same time, there is a huge swath of volume of radiology images that are getting created. And the only way to bridge the divide is to bring this layer of artificial intelligence. It's not a replacement of a radiologist, but it's like effectively a efficiency tool, which is in the hand of the radiologist to improve his turnaround times of images, turnaround times of reports, including, like, for example, statistically, I'm told that images that are taken, 60-70% of the images are normal images. There's nothing much to report into. They have built algorithms and systems where the report printing also is automated with only a quick citing done by the radiologist concerned and signed off, and the report gets signed off and sent away. By virtue of doing that, it allows the radiologist to free up their mind space to focus on more critical cases. So this is a company which we backed, 110 employees, 60 radiologists, 14 tech development, and 1. So we liked all this space. We liked all this category that they were addressing. What did we do? Initial 4 to 8 weeks was typically a preliminary diligence time and term sheet signing. We go and spend time with managements. We go and spend time with second line managements. We go and spend time with competitors, get an overall feel of how the business looks like and whether it's something that is backable. And we will then present them to a term sheet. I'll talk about what a term sheet entails. Post the term sheet signing, we will do a detailed diligence, which includes the following layers of diligence, and which is where it is very important that your finance and your legal team of the organization is well geared up to go through this, which is financial diligence, legal diligence, forensic, commercial DD, ESG. I'll talk about that, and fieldwork. That is something that we do on our own. And we have a final investment committee where all these findings are presented and summarized to the investment committee. And then we have a documentation and closing, which is 4 weeks. So end to end, we are talking about a best case scenario of 12 weeks and a worst case scenario of 32 weeks. 24 to 30 weeks is broadly when how deals get done. What we do in initial diligence, I spoke about the market product size. Most important, is there a product market fit? You may have designed a product, but there is no market fit to it. There are, like, for example, we were very seriously looking at something in the, ablation space and the positioning of the needle space. And beyond the point, we felt it was incremental innovation. So we chose to pass it. And we didn't see a product market fit. And at least till now, we can see very clearly that our call was right. Most importantly, management skills and pedigree. I think when we do these multiple meetings with key management personnel, there are all kinds of questions we ask, starting with family all the way to professional capabilities, expertise. We realize that during the course of these interactions are what we learn a lot from these entrepreneurs in terms of how they think and how they are going to engage with us going forward. So there are some tough questions asked, there are some easy questions asked. Depending on how they react, it gives us a very good sense. So there's a bit of a, if I may use the word loosely, a bit of a psychology evaluation that we do with regard to management. That can we sleep at peace when we go back home, or are we going to be stressed about their business practices and their systems, processes, etc.? How well and robust are they, which will allow us as investors to be at peace? Business plan, most important. Test the business plan, the financial model. A lot of people, typically when the financial model is made, there's a huge amount of over exuberance. I've yet to come across 9 out of 10 times the business plans that have come to us have never lived up to their business plans. They've always been short. Why? Because there is obviously a sense of enthusiasm, over optimism on the entrepreneur's part. And honest to God, I have no complaint about that. Because if they were not to be ambitious, if they were not to be they were not to be sort of, for want of a better word, over ambitious about the business plan, then I have a problem. Because then I know that the person is happy doing the 10%, 6%, 7% Hindu rate of growth. That's not what I fund with businesses for. I need companies, businesses which can potentially deliver on the financial outcomes, because those financial outcomes are the ones which are going to deliver returns to us. And most importantly, valuation expectations, because people come with all kinds of strange things. Company which had a 20 crore EBITDA came to us with saying that we need a 500 crore valuation. Now, I just couldn't get my head around the fact that you need it's fine to take a valuation from the investor to start with. But at the same time, you are now supposed to deliver. Let's say if I have invested at 500 crores, then you are now supposed to make that the valuation of that business to 1,500 crores. And it's not always easy that everything moves in a linear scale. That just because X money has been put, it will move to Y and then it will go to Z. It doesn't work that way. Real life is a zig and zag. And therefore, you need to also be mature enough to invite investors to work with you, to be partners with you, who are willing to be part of Zigzag, who understand that this is the nuances of the business model. Because otherwise, you get a wrong partner is when you have challenges, where the expectations are so poorly managed that it becomes an issue with regard to the boardroom battles that typically happen in some of the companies. Because when you took the money, and when I use the word, when the entrepreneur took the money, he was advised or she was advised to say that, oh, get the maximum valuation in. But please don't forget, whatever you get in is something needs to be given out also. It's not free money. But that comes with maturity of the entrepreneur concerned to understand the nuance of it. It's not about the best price. It's about the quality of the partner that you bring on board. This is a typical term sheet where the investment amount is clarified, valuations as to what revenue multiple, what EBITDA multiple. There are various methodologies to do the valuation, and what percentage stake that will be then owned by the investor, how the proceeds will be used. Then each investor typically will also come and sit on your board. And there will be a long list of items which the investor has to approve before things can move forward. But let me assure you, as much as overwhelming it sounds, it's not overwhelming as long as entrepreneurs are doing the right thing. And this is something like we insist on a disciplined annual business plan every February. We spend time planning out what the next 12 months is going to look like, what we are going to do. And as long as that business plan is approved, then it's about the team going and executing on it. You don't need to come back to the investor and ask, oh, should I do this? Should I do that? No, that's not the idea. Unfortunately, this thing gets misread as saying, oh, I'm going to have restrictions on my. No, if there are restrictions, there are financial discipline restrictions. There are, like, for example, this tendency to, I will borrow more. But the business can only bear that much debt. What is the point of that discipline not being there? And that discipline is something that people like us bring in. Otherwise, if you're on your own, you are happy to take 100% of the debt and then suffer in the long term. But that's not the way people, it's unfortunate that people at times look at it as very restrictive. Again, like I tell my entrepreneurs, you feel it is restrictive, but tell me, is it in my interest or is it in the company's interest? If you find anything in my term sheet, which is in my personal interest as an investor, to the detriment of the company and the entrepreneur, I'm willing to accept that. But if it is in the company's interest, what's the point? Why is it that you believe that you know everything? That's another ego battle that we tend to have. We tend to have issues with saying that, guys, please understand. One is you know what you know. Another is you don't know what you know. And the third is you don't know at all anything. And it becomes a big challenge when people fail to recognize this in their own personalities. Entrepreneurs fail to recognize it. And which is why I would like to believe, play that very important role in sort of getting those boundary conditions, if I may use that word, to be able to ensure that the business then is allowed to scale and grow in the right fashion. And the last, as I mentioned earlier, exit rights. I think very, very clearly, the company and the entrepreneurs have an obligation to facilitate an exit for the investor within a time frame. Investor is not going to be with you for life. He is there for anywhere between 4 to 5 years at best. And they need to turn their money and return the money back to the investors who gave them money in the first place. So these are some things which entrepreneurs have to recognize, that this is an obligation that gets cast on them, and various other stuff. So, typical financial due diligence, what happens in a financial due diligence? Typically, it is being done by an accounting firm. They talk about operating performance. You can read these things later on, but basically, a lot of this detailing happens. in terms of operating performance, contingent liabilities, very clearly. Most importantly, people tend to disregard this because this comes below the financial numbers, the contingent liabilities, because you may have ended up signing up agreements, contracts, which create a contingent liability if you fail to deliver on certain counts. They don't become part of your P&L, but they are part of your below the P&L items. It's very important that it's very important for us to understand what are these off-balance sheet liabilities and commitments that the company has taken on itself. Then, based on a lot of this diligence operating, we arrive at what we believe is the true and fair picture of the profitability of the business. Like there have been instances when the doctors, just for the sake of improving, again, I go back to doctors because I run a healthcare fund, or the pharmaceutical entrepreneurs, don't pay themselves well. They pay themselves pittance. Why? Just to increase EBITDA. Because the moment the EBITDA is higher, the valuation of the business is higher. But that's not the fair EBITDA of the business. And there are various things that you tend to do. Like, for example, another big problem, which was mentioned earlier, about insurance companies' receivable cycles running into 120 days, 160 days, 200 days. Now, the question I ask my entrepreneurs is like, why are you doing this business? You are financing the patient and you are financing the insurance company. There's no money coming back to you. It is being shown in the EBITDA, but it is not being shown in the cash flow. And which is why what Dr. Deshpande mentioned earlier, understanding of cash flow is the ultimate truth. It's not about EBITDA. It's not about, because EBITDA is vanity. Cash flow is sanity. And if you don't understand cash flow of your business, don't get into this business, because that's going to determine your success or failure. And taxation related aspects, there are a lot of tax litigations, etc. How fair is it? A lot of times when in pharma companies, I've seen that where expenses get booked which are not allowable. And then you have a huge issue looming out there, but which is all hidden from the plain sight because all of this gets covered in the notes to accounts. So we spend a lot of time in going through the footnotes, not so much the numbers. Numbers are important, but the footnotes tell a very, very important story, which doesn't get told in the financial statements above, in the P&L statement of the company. So these are various things. These are the kind of detailing that we end up doing when we are doing a financial due diligence. Commercial due diligence is more market diligence. So saying that, is there a market size enough? You may have got a great product base. Is there a market size which is big enough? What's the point of creating one more blood pressure monitor when there are so many more thousands of monitors and manufacturers who are there? What is differentiated about it? Is there a market size? Because another oft-repeated problem that I face is, it's a make in India product. I said, so what? At the end of the day, tell me, are you a make in the world product? Then it makes sense for me to start looking at your business model. There's no point coming and telling me that I've got a cheaper product, because cheap has its sustenance up to a point. I don't like cheap. I'm about innovation. What is differentiated? So all of these things come up when we are looking at the market sizing. We are looking at market trends and drivers. Like there is this oft-repeated thing saying that, and which is what the terminology I use, that are you building a better mousetrap? If it's just a better mousetrap, then ultimately it is still a mousetrap. Don't forget that. And it's very important, therefore, when you look at changes that are happening, the trends that are changing, like people keep saying that, this industry is going to be history going forward, because the whole direction of delivery has changed. Example again over here, the oft-repeated Nokia versus Apple example. And I'm sure you have seen enough and more WhatsApp forwards about this example, that Nokia, despite it being such a great company, failed to see the market trend and drivers. And this Nokia at its size. Now imagine you at where you are as small, medium entrepreneurs as to how are you going to be factoring that into your decision box. But it is very important to factor these aspects in your decision-making matrix when you're looking at your business. Be very ruthless and critical when you're looking at your business. Trust me, it will give you a lot more sound sleep, and more importantly, will at least be a very good mirror in front of you to tell you that, is it really worth something that I should be doing, or should I be focusing on my clinical practice? Competitive benchmarking, primary benchmarking, secondary benchmarking, whole host of stuff we did with regard to this company that we've invested in. Legal diligence. Again, this is done by a law firm, and they review the documents, corporate records, minutes of meetings, board and shareholder meetings, statutory registered, whole host of things that this group of law firm will look at in terms of contracts, licenses, HR policies, litigations, intellectual property. All of these things form part of the package, if I may use that word, with regard to diligence. So there's a lot of detailing work that goes in behind this, and there are good specialist agencies that do that. You only need to do is open up your records and your systems and processes for them to evaluate. This is a phenomenon of the last 5 years, though as starters, we've been practicing for the last 150 years with regard to environmental aspects. How is your business affecting the environment? Occupational health and safety. Are you something as simple as, in a lot of the mid-size healthcare nursing homes or hospitals, is that minimum wage qualifications or minimum wage requirements are not met. Minimum hours of service are not met. People are doing overtime, etc. Something as simple as fire safety is all of these are given lip service. We've seen some bad accidents happening. And when these accidents happen, you say that, oh, it happened to them, it won't happen to us. That's not the way to plan for this. These are things that you need to work towards ensuring that you create a work environment which is supportive and ethical in its orientation. Employee working conditions. Enough and more situations where poor employees have no space to go out there and even have their lunch, let alone to sit down and relax. It's not there in a lot of these places. So these are some things we will check. And if we find failures in this count and we believe that these things can't change, we will not invest in such businesses. And corporate governance and business integrity aspects, code of conduct, ethics, anti-corruption. Policies being there is one thing. Following up on those policies is another thing. And that is something we do, whether these companies are following these policies, when we do a forensic diligence of the firms. So there is a whole host of forensic diligence that there's done not only the companies, but the founders, promoters, etc., which goes and gets a sense as to how ethically are they. We speak to former employees of the business also. We speak to their suppliers. We speak to their distributors to understand that are there any bad practices that the company indulges in. And that becomes a warning sign and a warning signal for us. This is the kind of detailed work that we do in terms of customers, business partners, existing investors, industry experts, industry peers. We meet them. The forensic part, which I talked about earlier in this slide, is done by a specialist agency. But this is something that we do on our own by doing, GLG calls. GLG is a kind of a specialist agency which does expert networking, expert connects to us. That if let's say tomorrow I want to speak to somebody in the cardiac space, I just tell them what is it that I need, what is the frame of questions that I have for these people. They will go and find specialists across India, across Asia, across the world, depending on the scope that I give them, and that they will put them in front of us and they'll give us a 1-hour chat over a telephone call. Obviously, all these are paid. They get paid anywhere between $600 to $1,000 per hour session. But we do all of this. We spend money, time doing all of this to get a good sense of the business before we invest in these businesses. I talked about value addition. This is how we have defined value addition for ourselves, is to say that top line growth, commercial optimization is one mission statement. In that, what is it that we will do? We will work on the strategic development, sales mix optimization, business development, product development, inorganic expansions, etc. All of this forms part of this bucket. So like that, we have identified 4 buckets. And by the way, when I say we, I don't mean limited to me, the fund management team, but we have with us on board a whole host of specialists who work with us extensively. Like, for example, in my current fund, I have for everything related to pharma and life sciences, I have an expert team led by a former managing director of Sandoz. He spent 35 years of his life in pharma life sciences across manufacturing, marketing, finance, the whole works. I can give him a key to a factory and he can run it end to end. Along with him, he's got a specialist team on US FDA audits and various other aspects of the business who come in and help my companies to build, to scale and grow. Similarly, we have somebody on the hospital side. He's the former president and CEO of a couple of hospitals in India, and he's helped them right from greenfield to set up a whole network and the works. And some of the names were mentioned earlier in the presentation. But these people come with hardcore 25, 30 years experience with regard to how these businesses of healthcare services and delivery ought to be managed. And they come in and bring expertise to a lot of my small, medium-sized companies. Then on medical devices, medical equipment, we have a former managing director of Johnson & Johnson Medical for India and South Asia. So, for digital, we have another person. So I have a team along with us as investment team. We have these specialist operating partners who come in and help on all of these aspects that I've mentioned to you on the slide, who help and support our companies. And we always pride ourselves as Tata's saying that we are not just mere capital providers, we are capital plus. And that plus is something that based on the needs of the company that we would provide. So this is the exit strategy, because as I have emphasized that earlier, that exit strategy could be a secondary sale, a strategic sale, secondary sale being another private equity investor coming and taking my stake, a strategic sale when the management of the company and we decide saying that no, we are better off giving away 51 majority control of the business because the partner can bring a lot more value than what we can. Or if the business is really scaled, is the IPO plan. So all of these aspects, we are actively involved in engaging with the finance team and the management team of the businesses, so as to maximize the value for all the stakeholders. And you have to remember that when I am a shareholder, even if I am a 10% shareholder in the business, the entrepreneur is a 90% shareholder, we are still technically equals. We treat ourselves as equals because ultimately it's only the 90 and 10 is only merely the economic benefit of finally what will get delivered. But that doesn't mean on a day-to-day basis that people, and I've given you some of these, bad examples earlier as to how people tend to take their companies for granted and end up doing stuff which are not aligned to corporate governance standards. And I go back and close my statement today by saying that you got to understand the difference between shareholding and management. And with that, I will come to a close of my presentation. Thank you very much. And these are my contact details. Anytime you feel like any questions to be asked, more than happy to share the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chowatia, for that in-depth session on the ways of raising capital for scaling business, the do's and don'ts, what are the processes, and it was a really insider's view on the detailed processes. And I'm sure this is going to help a lot of doctors present here and going ahead. So thank you so much for that excellent session.
Very kind of you to invite.
Thank you. So moving on to our next part of the session for the day, the panel discussion of the day, which is based on expansion when it comes to scaling up your business, expansion. So the panelists for the day would be the speakers of the day, the most esteemed Dr. Raman Deshpande, Dr. Vashisht Maniar, Dr. Narendra Dedia, and Mr. Chowatia, Vamesh Chowatia. And the moderators of the discussion would be Dr. Vikram Khanna and Ms. Nehal Mota. Dr. Vikram Khanna is an ENT allergy and vertigo specialist. He is the current treasurer with the AMC of Mumbai, president of Dadar Medicos Brotherhood, and is the honorary secretary of IMH Chembur, also a member of the governing body of AOI and the executive committee member at AIRS. So we welcome Dr. Vikram Khanna. Second moderator, Ms. Nehal Mota. She is a co-founder and founder and director of FINCON-1, which is a SEBI-registered investment advisory company. She has been shortlisted amongst the 40 women entrepreneurs by Goldman Sachs and NSR CELL IIM Bangalore for the 10,000 Women Entrepreneurs Program. Backed with a rich 2 decades experience across the financial service industry, she has trained and educated people, more than thousands of numbers, at educating workshops and webinars held as part of a financial initiative over the last decade. So I welcome all of them, the panelists as well as the moderators, to take the discussion ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Rekha, and all over to you, Dr. Vikram, for the first question.
Well, in keeping in mind with the corporate culture of women empowerment and chivalry, I would request Nehal to start the proceedings. Ladies first.
My question would be to Mr. Vamesh, that in case if there is a hospital which is looking at growth capital, then in that case, what will you typically look at in a hospital? Like, should there be a minimum number of beds? What kind of an EBITDA? Like you rightly said that EBITDA may not actually mean actual profits or cash flow. So what are a little bit of financial parameters that you look at, and what is the size of hospital which a PE fund will look at in funding?
See, I would draw your attention, go back to the fourth or the fifth slide, where I talked about various classes of capital that are available, which is venture capital, growth capital, buyout capital. I do a lot of growth capital. So venture capital, this is again my opinion, my sense of venture capital funds will be happy to look at business models which are scalable in its orientation and not necessarily very single doctor dependent. I'm happy. So if I were a venture capitalist, I'll be happy to look at a proposal of a hospital which is a 200 to 20 bedded hospital, but there needs to be a certain specialization behind it. There has to be a certain differentiation behind it. Otherwise, my funding one more nursing home growing into a 50 bed, 75 bed hospital, and I give it a 20 crore, 30 crore investment, way I would look at it is saying, what is it that it's going to do? Is it going to scale 3x, 4x? And is it going to be exitable? Because even if that investment has happened, the business has grown, but is it an exitable business? So those are some of these elements. There are a whole host of elements that would come in, which I mentioned in my business plan summary that I gave, of elements that we would look for in businesses before we commit capital in these things. So it's not like a guru mantra of sorts, say, okay, ye 5 cheez hoga, so we will do it kind of thing. It doesn't work that way. I think it is a lot dependent on the differentiation, competitive intensity, a whole host of these factors before a decision is taken to back such businesses. And most importantly, at an early stage, when you are at the VC stage, the key question you need to answer is it how differentiated is it? Is it that and it need not be differentiated thing. Like, for example, classic example I were to give you, IVF business. IVF business has really scaled up, grown of late. But still, there is one 600 crore Indira IVF. There's a 200 crore Nova IVF, which is the second number, by the way. And there is this whole host of 100 crore companies and 50 crore companies who are smart businesses. They will get, these are the kind of businesses which will get capital because the chain effect will come into play. The businesses, the market opportunity is large, and therefore the opportunity to grow in that space is high. But at the same time, the big question is, I will ask, when I'm looking at such a business, what is the doctor dependency beyond the point? Because increasingly now, the whole embryology profession also is becoming a bit mechanized. There are a lot of tools that are coming into play where it is allowing outcomes to be delivered across multiple centers in the same fashion as the main center where the star doctor is sitting. So a lot of those factors would be looked at. So it is not like, I will not say that, I would say that depending on the stage of your business, you should look for venture capital. But most importantly, before seeking that capital, please answer the fundamental questions that I've asked over there in terms of differentiation, scalability, competitive intensity, your ability to build a team very, very critical, especially in the nursing home and the hospital business. So those are some things that I would sort of, I don't know if I'm still answering your question, but it's a bit of a long-winded answer.
Yeah, so I get that. There are certain decisions which you need to make before actually you go out and seeking funds about what you exactly want in terms of scale. Like I guess even the doctors were presenting that answering that question to yourself initially is very important.
So the second question is to Dr. Raman Deshpande, sir. Sir, when did you start Asian Cancer Institute? How many of you collaborated? What kind of initial capital was invested, and how has the institution scaled up to now?
See, we started this sometime in June 2002 as Asian Institute of Oncology Private Limited. And there are originally 6 directors to start with, and then people kept on joining, and today we are almost a little over 40 people. So initial share capital was 10 lakhs each, so about 60 lakhs. Then we added 2 lakhs each after that, so it went up to 72 lakhs. Till the time we were in Raheja Hospital, what was happening is we were actually promised that they will allow us to expand into a complete separate hospital, cancer hospital itself, the tall building. And then we thought that we will put the radiation therapy. So we were holding on to the money to put the radiation therapy, this thing. But then they had a strategic kind of a change of plans and gave a third party management to Fortis, after which we moved on to Sion. So in Sion, the equity capital went to almost about 11 crores because we took a loan of almost 20 crores. We were given about an area of 30,000 square feet, which was only columns and beams. So we had to redo the entire thing. We had to put up all the equipment and then we put a robo also there. So our equity went up to 11 crores and another about 15, 16 crores is what loan we took, and which we cleared in about 5-6 years after that. Then we have not increased the equity except for last 1.5 years when, because of COVID, there was a little erosion of our equity. So the ratios were getting a little topsy-turvy. That's why we invested about another 10 crores at a premium. So the equity capital as of today is about 15.5 crores. And we have now 3 locations in Mumbai. We have 1 location in Indore and 1 more coming up in Bhubaneswar. So we have 5 locations. We target for another about 3, which we have identified, talking to those people, and that should happen. So probably by about 2024, we should be at least 3 plus 2 plus another 3. So about 8 or 9. See, our target as far as beds is concerned is within next 5 years, we want to have 1,000 beds for cancer treatment. So that is our target. And we also have hub and spoke kind of a relay this thing. So we'll have these smaller peripheral centers, at least about another 10.
Thank you very much for your answer, sir. Nehal, can you ask the next question?
My question was to Dr. Vashisht Manyar now, that, how did you go about raising capital to actually scale up to where you said that you started with 1 center, then it became 3, then it became 8. So was it equity or it was equity plus debt? What was the initial kind of money which you pumped in? Because this is what the young doctors want to learn, that initially you don't need that crores and crores of money. Like Dr. Deshpande also rightly said, that 6-7 of them started with smaller capitals, and then there was a combination of equity and debt, which really helped them to reach her now from 3 centers to 5 and then to 8, and what 5-year plan they have, which has happened through a combination of debt and equity. So Dr. Vashisht, can you share your experience in terms of fundraise and the capital structure, and at what junctures did you take that decision?
Sure. Neil, so we started as 4 medical oncologists, of which 2 of us had existing practices and the other 2 joined freshly from their oncology practice. Unlike Dr. Deshpande, model, which is a reasonably capex heavy model. We have a very asset light model, so our requirement of capital is very limited, but it gives us the wing to rapidly expand. So we started with 3 daycare centers. There was zero debt taken at that point of time. It was all existing practices which were put into the whole kitty. We called it the business of medicine, where all of us who were practicing in its entirety was pumped back into the system. So the largest source of revenue was the revenue that we were generating for the company, and any and every activity of healthcare that the core promoters were involved in was put back into the system, which formed the major chunk of source of revenue generation. For the first 1.5 to 2 years, we were not keen to expand. We were understanding our business model better, and hence we were building up on our revenues, and we had a very, very strong EBITDA. We utilized the COVID time, as I mentioned, not only to understand our processes better, but put them in place. And post COVID, luckily during COVID time, because we were daycare standalone centers, our revenues actually jumped by 40% year on year, because people preferred to walk into our centers rather than go to large hospitals where there was a mix of COVID and non-COVID patients. So COVID was a beautiful experience, dare I say, for our business, because it further promulgated the need for having such specialty standalone community oncology clinics rather than walk into larger centers where you may be at risk of developing or contracting other infections. Till now, as we speak, we are about 13 centers up and running. The average ticket size is about 4,000 to 5,000 square feet of space, having about 10 to 13 daycare beds each. We have one shop in shop with one tertiary care center where we have outsourced their medical oncology services. We are available in 7 cities across Maharashtra and 1 in Madhya Pradesh. So far, we continue to remain self-funded. We have not raised equity or debt till today. And now we are in the process of our first round of funding, where we will need that extra financial push, and it's going to be predominantly equity rather than debt. The growth plan for the next 2 years is about 35 to 40 odd centers across Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and in 2 other metro cities across the country. We are also looking at various merger acquisition opportunities.
Hello.
I guess we've lost his voice.
Is the voice gone?
Yeah. I think we've lost Dr. Vashish's voice.
There is no video transmission also. So till the time Dr. Vashish rejoins us, my question to Dr. Narendra Dedia sir would be, sir, Dr. Vashish Manyar and Dr. Raman Deshpande have formed teams and grown. However, you have also grown, but as a solo entrepreneur or solopreneur as they call. So, sir, we would like you to share certain tips of your journey, how you started, how you grew, and what are your future plans?
Thank you, Vikram. I think what important questions you ask, and probably that will be the pertain to the many of our today's viewers maybe want to know. One thing, as I already told you, when we are in a professions, especially what I mentioned about the dialysis, that you create some facilities which will help to increase your footfall. You create something which may not be profitable at a time, but then it may help to create a footfall. As I told you, that dialysis was always non-profitable business. Even today also it's a non-profitable business. There are chains of various dialysis center which is running at multiple places, but all are not making a losses. So, but that has helped me to grow, because it helped me to improve my patient's footfall, it improved my pathology collection, it improved my pharmacy collection, it improved my indoor collection. So that was a one thing. Yes, I could not do it. And yes, I always regret that we could not have a group practice in the nephrology. But while creating the Parak model or mid-size model, there are a couple of partners with me, and which has helped me to create a multi-speciality hospital. Those are not from the nephrology, they are from the different background. Two are the gynecologist and one is the industrialist. So being a different background, it has helped me to create a multi-speciality hospital, and we could grow from there. Now, one thing I just wanted to mention here to all our medical colleagues, which I already told that one of our major problem was ego. Second is another thing we must notice that intelligence and success are two different things for majority of us. And that point one must realize that being an intelligence doesn't mean that you know everything. You can handle all the things. You can handle all the departments. So success and intelligence are both a different thing, and one has to understand that extremely well for doing any project. What I want to do now, yes, as I told you that third part of the questions what Vikram asked, that yes, I want to enjoy what I have earned the money. I want to enjoy giving back to the society. We have our own trust. We have started a lot of projects at the rural area since last couple of years. Couple of major donors or major philanthropic peoples have joined me in my trust, and hopefully we want to carry that much further way. And yes, I know that little bit about the finance and the investment, so I'm sure that that will take care of my money should work for me and I can do what I enjoy.
So one more question that has come from the audience is that what kind of an area and number of beds hospital for a medium-sized establishment would you recommend?
Now, Vikram, that's very important questions, but then it all depends which area and which place you want to start with. I will say, suppose somebody wants to start in a metro city like Mumbai, there is no point of starting any hospital in metro city unless you are going for a big corporate hospital. Nursing homes are absolutely out of question. 10, 15, 20, 25 bedded nursing home is out of question in the metro city. That's why I tell all the times to the youngsters who comes out, they should go to tier 2, tier 3 cities where a lot of monies are there, a lot of opportunities are there, and probably to establish and settle down will be much more easier. But if you want to settle down in the Mumbai, I think somebody should forget about putting the 10, 15, 25 bedded hospital. Why I'm telling this? Compliance is going to kill you. Fire compliance, pollution board compliance, BMC compliance. So there are so many compliance which is day by day increasing and harassment. And I think our financial person, Mr. Vaman, was saying about the corruption. Corruption level is extremely high in the metro city, which all of us have been experiencing. So it will be very, very difficult for going through all the compliance. So I will advise that all small nursing homes should not think about putting any of the place facilities in the metro city, except which is a workable unit, like what Vasishta is doing. That may be the different thing, but starting with a nursing home, going through all the compliance is going to be very, very difficult.
So, Dr. Narendra, to ask that what will be the ideal size? We understand 2025 you feel is not the ideal size. So, just for someone who wants to expand, who is an already established doctor with a small nursing home. So, generally, what would your advice be? Like,
Neil, that's a very important questions you ask, and it's very, very close to me, and I think I've done lots of things on that. I will see that see that it's very important if somebody wants to start, either can start in their specialty, something which is a little bigger, or the good friends, maybe one cardiologist, one nephrologist, one surgeons, or couple of various branch, 4 to 5 people get together. 4 to 5 people get together can build the institute. And believe me, that's not difficult. But only thing that we have to leave our ego. We have to learn little bit management skill. We should be ready. We should be ready. I'm coming to that point. We should be flexible. And yes, mid-size hospital, which is anywhere between 75 to 125 bed hospital, is an ideal thing where about 40,000 to 80,000 square feet area will be ideal thing. And that should be the things one should think about. And that can be run extremely well with 4 to 5 people joining together.
Thank you. So I guess that was the answer which people were looking at, that in a city like Bombay, you would advise a 75 to 100 bedded minimum hospital. And in terms of the area, of 40 to 50,000 square feet is what you feel is ideal size for a city like Mumbai.
Right.
One question to Dr. Raman Deshpande. Someone was asking in the chat that did you lease out the places, or did you actually go ahead and buy hospitals initially when you started?
We don't have any, all our centers have been leased out except the one which is in Bhubaneswar. That's a 2.5 acre plot of land with about 50,000 square feet constructed. But all our other establishments are asset light. But the thing is, see, basically we run oncology setups. So the asset light also tends to be moderately heavy. For example, a 105 bedded center in Indore, we are spending practically around 48 crores. It has radiotherapy, it has everything. It has all the kind of facility. See, I think just now one question was asked to my friend Narendra about the size of the area and the number of beds, and probably, costing also would be expected to follow that. See, our rule of thumb, I'll tell you one thing, is there is something called primary and secondary area per bed, which means that the actual bed plus the area of movement which happens around it, the passages, etc. And then cost of the bed, which means that the total expenditure divided by the number of beds that the facility boasts of. That's the second one. I'll tell you one thing about this. As Indians, I'll tell you one thing. Corruption has always been there. From the time of Ramayana, it has been there. If some dhobi can cast aspersion on the emperor's wife, I think that's a type of a corruption. It existed even those days. But I'll tell you one thing, because of our culture, the Indian culture ethos, we don't tolerate corruption. That's the best part of our culture. But it is something which is there. It doesn't matter whether the Honorable Prime Minister is there who says that na khaunga na khane dunga. But it is, if it's in your RBCs, what are you going to do about it? So as far as the size of the facility is concerned, I think what Narendra mentioned just now is absolutely correct. 75 to 125 beds is survivable, transmissible, and workable, which means that you can have your own CT scan, you can have your own MRI, and you will be able to service those. The area which is normally needed for these kind of things is anything 500 to 600 square feet per bed, which means that if it is going to be 125 beds, then it's about 60,000. If it's going to be 75 beds, which probably it's going to be 40,000. That's one. Cost per bed would be, I would say that in the city of Mumbai, it's difficult to do anything less than 50 lakhs per bed, which means that if you're going to have a 100-bedded hospital here, even if you don't own that particular premise, if it's a radiation therapy, it will cost you 45 to 50 crores. If you own the premise now, it all depends upon where your location is. South Mumbai is going to be frightfully expensive because you don't have any hospital reserved plots there. If you go towards north, maybe you will be able to get some kind of a plot of land which is still in reservation and all. But the liability which comes with it of treating those free patients, concessional patients, which is exploited by the politicians to the hilt, which means that if you land up with a leukemia patient, you will end up spending 15 lakhs of rupees for the chemotherapy yourself. The patient will come in his car with probably a gold Rolex and two mobiles hanging around from his pocket, and we expect you to treat it completely free. Sad thing. I mean, I'm sure Vashisht will be facing these kind of things, and you can do nothing about it. One phone call, and otherwise, your whole place will shut down. So that is the kind of that these are social costs of running the establishment. And mind you, I personally feel that even in the United States, it will probably be the same. It doesn't matter where you are functioning. So you need to actually finally, if you really want to run your practice or your hospital, you need to put a cost to that particular corruption, that so much is really needed per patient per year. And that whether that is acceptable and workable or not. Now, one part of it is money. Second part is tolerance. I can see that Dr. Dedia today is at a level where he has zero tolerance for corruption. And I don't blame him. Poor man has worked really very, very hard, and he's a completely self-made man. So, today he says, Zilch, I will not do any corruption. Probably he'll give 1 crore of rupees for a charity, but he'll probably not give 1 paisa for this kind of corruption. I think this is a great evolution of a person. There's no two ways about it. So this is what it is. I mean, but many of our friends here who may be attending this particular session may be from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where the problem is not really that much, because you are generally being a doctor, you are in a upper class of society strata, where people are kind of, they are happy obliging you. Your overheads are less. So probably your area's proportion also may be a little less kind of a thing. Ultimately, we say that in India, you get the government that you deserve, but unfortunately, you also land up getting the medical facilities you deserve. So that is the whole problem. So corruption has to go down. Otherwise, most people who are talented will start going away. See, please understand, Dr. Redia's children are not doctors. I hope Vashish's children become doctors and they work as hard as what he is. But if you really analyze, I think you should, the Association of Medical Specialties should run a Google survey. How many of the people, their children have become doctors? I think you should really run this particular.
Right. So I'm telling you, both my children are not definitely becoming doctors. They've taken up completely different things. They saw me and my husband running around and working so hard. And they said, Mama, this is not for us, So today's children, and there are a lot of more avenues available outside now in the world. So people are going in for those avenues.
The next question is to Dr. Vashisht. What should be the ideal size of a team and the capital when you start a joint venture?
I think, Vikram, can I add one question to the Vashisht?
Yes, please do, sir.
Because that time I was about to ask, and I think Vashisht became the offline, so we could not ask that time. Vashisht, you were talking about the funding and development about your centers. I just wanted to know that how do your professional fees you take away and the fees of the center remains, or how did working has been decided? So how the doctors have been working with you or your partners who are there is getting the paid?
Yeah. I think my device does not seem to like questions. The moment I get a question, the device technically just runs away. So the model that we have is we have about 4 of us as core promoters in the organization, and we have about 16 other medical oncologists who work as consultants in the organization. And part number one is the pay that they get is the industry standard pay that any other medical oncologist would get based on their experience and expertise. Part B is the ESOPs that they are offered in the company. The ESOPs are not driven by the volume that they generate, because we wanted to go away from the corporatization of medical practice, where we are creating situations or systems where we are forcing consultants to potentially drive their numbers in a way that they may be compelled to do things which may potentially be unethical, and hence they are simply by their effort in the organization, their intent, the number of years that they stay, and what non-clinical services that they also offer or expertise beyond just running their medical oncology practice. So they get ESOPs which are parked in their account over a period of years. And third, now that we've started, since we've started going into multiple new cities at the same time, is create a revenue model where in certain cities we have uh, an X of the total revenue. So if you generate a certain revenue and the top line of that, then you get a proportion of that. In other centers and other cities, we have a percentage of the profit that center makes, which is parked with the medical oncologist. So we actually offer a bouquet to every consultant, because it's not fair to consider that it's my way or the highway, and this is the only model that we have. And this has evolved over a period of time, over the last 3-4 years, where every consultant is offered what they would want to be. There are certain consultants who are more interested in having part of the profit. There are certain consultants who are very keen just to have a fixed model of income, and it may be higher than the industry standard, but they do not, who have very low risk-taking appetite. They do not want any percentage of the profit or revenue. They just want a higher minimum guarantee. So that is parked to them. So it's actually a bouquet that we offer to every consultant basis his expectations, needs, and aspirations.
Okay. Very nice.
Yeah. The next question is for Dr. Raman Deshpande, sir. The question is that, are there any challenges or legal obligations in sharing big data for artificial intelligence from hospitals with a huge HIS database?
See, ultimately, there is a certain amount of privacy which the patients actually enjoy, and as long as they are anonymized, the data can be shared. That's not a problem at all. In fact, there are companies which approach us for the evaluation of utilization of targeted therapy for patients and financing for that particular thing, and they are ready to pay for it. So if you anonymize the data, no names, no this thing, then I don't see much of a problem in that. The problem comes when you are actually trying to collaborate with a company which is not India. And if it involves tissue for analysis, so then the ethical standards will actually come into that. But I think this what your question is, there can't be a absolutely cut and dry kind of an answer. There's a lot of gray zone in this. Many times, so we always take a legal opinion whether it's possible to do it or not. And unless the lawyer says yes, it can be done, we don't really go ahead with that. We have not had a red flag till now, but that should be fine. I think you can share the data.
Thank you, sir. The next question is to Mr. Mr. Vamesh Chovatia, sir. In terms of due diligence, can you elaborate the due diligence a venture capital or a private equity fund does while funding a hospital? The second part of the question is, what kind of books of accounts do the hospitals need to maintain, and for how many years?
I will add to what you said, Dr. Vikram, because he comes from a very large healthcare fund, and the ticket size which they look at is much higher. I will want to understand from you that if it's a angel network or angel investors, or I'll say like the VC, not the P, then who will look at a smaller ticket size? So if you can throw light from their perspective, that if a hospital is aspiring to raise capital, then how they should be handling their books.
Well, let me first say that you have to be prepared for the meaning. My slides, if you go back and look at it, and I'll be happy to share it again, but my slides very clearly define the various diligences that will be done, be it financial diligence, legal diligence, commercial diligence, forensic diligence, and the whole long list which I gave there. Now, I don't think there'll be too much of a compromise in the diligence that is being done. But coming to the information sought, like you gave one example of financial information. I think there is no such thing like saying, and I'm assuming everything is a limited company here. There's no such thing like saying that having a books of accounts for the investor and having a different books of accounts for you, for the other shareholders. I think very clearly it is all starting and end point has to be technology driven. Technology whereby your front office hospital information, patient information system, starting from there with talks to the finance module, talks to the inventory module, talks to the consumption module, the bed module, etc. All of these ideally have to be, though it doesn't exist in a lot of hospitals, let me assure you, even some of the bigger hospitals, the finance module doesn't talk to the front office. So they typically do a data dump and then they do their stuff. But if you're building something from scratch, please invest time and effort in building a good, robust technology backbone and technology system, which covers all the operating aspects of the hospital, which converge into the finance module of the business. Because there is no different way of saying, okay, of maintaining different books of account. That doesn't work. So I am not so sure whether it's I'm answering your question, but because I in my head, I cannot see the difference. I don't see the difference. I need to see everything as uniform, where, and it doesn't matter if it's a venture capital funded business or doesn't matter if it's a large hospital business. Related to that, one question I would like to address here is, somebody asked me in the chat box, see, no point doing more of the same thing if it's already being done. Today, increasingly, a lot of specialties from the multi-specialty hospitals are moving out of the hospital domain. So if you want to build a business model, focus on some of these areas, like this whole eye care piece, dental piece, your medical oncology piece. A whole host of these things are moving out of regular hospital settings. So maybe if you want to look at it as a businessman, I would want to do that. Saying that, okay, what is the area or specialty that is moving out of the hospital space? And let me focus my energies on that and try and build a scalable business model around it. It's like, for example, I remember having funded a daycare business way back in 2011. But I'm telling you, we struggled because the timing was not right at that time. Just doing daycare and they were trying to be everything to everybody. It doesn't work that way. You're better off being specialized, moving out of the regular hospital environment, and then building. Like, for example, Dr. Deshpande's classic example, they have now created, they had a choice of creating a multi-specialty hospital. So एक cardiac वाले को भी बुलाओ, एक orthopedic वाले को भी बुलाओ, एक neuro वाले को भी बुलाओ. But no, they focused on building a therapy-focused service offering, and around it they have now tried to scale and they're gradually growing it, and that's the way to go. So if you ask me, don't try and be everything to everybody. Pick your specialization and build on it, because the world going forward is increasingly getting verticalized, and therefore if you are not going to get verticalized, you're going to be left out of the race. I'm sorry, I hope I'm answering your question.
Yes, thank you very much for that really frank and bold answer, which is what we expect at our level. My next question is to Dr. Raman Deshpande sir. One of the most important reasons for which state-of-the-art infrastructure cannot be built is because entrepreneurs are not rewarded for doing so, especially when the TPAs decide the charges to be paid for the services. What is your take on it?
See, the thing is, ultimately the cost of healthcare today has gone up for one sole reason, that is technology, which has to be upgraded all the time. For example, now if you want to put a radiation department, a good radiation department will alone will cost you about 25 crores, in which you can literally put a 100-bedded independent secondary care hospital in any southern cities. For example, a 100-bedded hospital in Andhra, anywhere, including the capital, will not cost you more than 25 crores, where per cost bed is about 20 lakhs or something like that. So their EBITDA is like 20-22%. Whereas if you really see here, it will be unusual to have anything more than 15%. I mean, I've come across balance sheets coming from North which show, somebody was discussing with me, aapka EBITDA kitna hai? He said, the fellow turns around and tells me, hamara 72%. I mean, how can you have a EBITDA of 72% unless you're paying everybody in cash coming from somewhere else and then doing that kind of a thing? So as far as the entrepreneur is concerned, please understand that he will be rewarded for his overall care. It is not technology separate or non-technology separate or anything of that sort. So suppose if I do a robotic kind of a lung surgery, will they pay me 2.5 lakhs rupees more for the same lung, which I can do for say 6 lakhs? Will they pay me 8.5 lakhs? Highly unlikely. In fact, if earlier, at least now they accept robotic as I mentioned. Earlier, they would, the moment you put robo there, then they would just fire the bill away under some kind of pretext or the other. Now, at least they have started accepting it. So you have to integrate that whole thing into your billing system in such a way that averaging out becomes all right. For example, now you are going to, when we bought our robo, we bought a pre-owned kind of a, they had a demonstration piece with them, which had a residual life of about 5 years. So they sold it to us for about 4.5 crores. Now that was workable because new robo at that time was around, I think around 14 or 15 crores, which is just not affordable for us because of the recurring costs. So I think that if you are going to be a leader in any particular technology, this thing, the pains automatically come with it. You don't really make that kind of money. But see what has happened is now Vashisht is doing a very good job. He has isolated whatever it makes sense for him. Fortunately, it happens to be his specialty. He's not choosing something which doesn't really concern him at all or anything. He's a master in his own line. And that incidentally is one of the profitable ventures. For example, if somebody is purely a robotic surgeon and if you just analyze his own revenue stream, that is not a profitable venture at all. So if Vashisht was a pure robotic surgeon, and were to put only a robo and an OT and taking patients, it would have been very difficult for him to even survive, forget thrive or scale up. It doesn't work like that. So when you are looking at all the disciplines, surgery, radiation, medicine, together, everything, there will be some departments which will be cross-subsidizing something else. But unless and until, please understand one thing, that you are breaking even and you are progressing, ultimately no entrepreneur will be able to progress. So that has to be done, and that you will be able to do only when you have an intrinsic knowledge of finance or backup from your finance department, which can tell you that, okay, thus far and no more, no nonsense, absolutely clear-cut kind of a warning. They will tell you that, sir, you can do this and you can't do this. This is what is important. So I think that is what it is. So society does not really reward technological advances in the same matter. See, how does a Ambani hospital do this particular thing? Because they have huge revenue stream coming from the other disciplines. So they subsidize initially, and over a period of time, that by the time that becomes depreciated asset, then it becomes profitable for them.
A question to all the 3 doctor panelists. Are there any mentorship programs for doctors who wish to become, entrepreneurs and finally, get labeled as docpreneurs?
There are no identified programs like that. You need to have a management, ideally speaking, a management diploma or a degree, ideally, because what happens is a diploma is a part-time thing. I did my diploma in Tata Institution of Social Sciences in 1992. I was in Tata Hospital that time. We used to finish around 6:30. Actually, the work used to go until 8 o'clock. I requested Dr. Praful Desai. He said, all right. So for about a year, I used to leave a little early, around 4:45. And you will not believe it, but from Parel, I could travel to Chembur in 15 minutes those days, and go to TISS, attend from 5 o'clock till 8:30, 3.5 hours for about a year, and I finished my diploma. Degree is a totally different ballgame. It's a 2-year full-time course, not possible for any practicing kind of a doctor to do that. What it does is, it actually gives an insight of management. See, as per your training, you're supposed to maximize your resources, your talent, your time, your intensity of emotions, everything for the betterment of one single patient. both application of resources also. So there is a maximizing of resources for the betterment of individual patients. If you are a manager, if you are an entrepreneur, you're exactly on the opposite side of the spectrum. How to minimize or at least optimize the application of resources for the betterment of a patient. So there is always a conflict between being an entrepreneur and being a doctor. Understand this. And doctors are one of the worst kind of crowds to manage. Very difficult to manage. As Naren Bhai said, ego is a very big problem. You know, he's at least today he will open his mouth because he's so senior and powerful today. But 20 years back, he would not have even said this. So, why not? Because their intensity of their emotion and their commitment toward the profession, that makes them egoistic. How can my patient not do well? So the guy will sit by the side of the patient. Like, you know, if a patient is not good, he'll go 3 times to that patient, ensure that that patient goes home without any problem. So that is how things work in this thing. Now, are there any defined programs? Well, when you say programs, it means that in real life programs. So that kind of apprenticeship, we don't really have anywhere right now, unless and until, you know, somebody decides that, okay, I will go for 6 months to work as a assistant to so and so, some say Devi Shetty or to Naresh Trehan or something like that. But you know, that kind of a vision will not help a small entrepreneur who wants to put a 50 or 100-bedded hospital.
So, Mr. Vamesh Chovatia, do you have any such facilities where if a doctor or a team of doctors wants to scale up, you know, you can help them?
Vikram, can I add here one thing before we go to that? This is you brought a very important questions. And as a being a AMC, whether it is a possible for us, I think in past also I have suggested somewhere that can AMC take up this as a 3-month or 4-month online course, which gives the education about the management skills for the doctor to develop. I think it's very, very important that we all are lacking about the management skills. So that will help a lot, and that will solve majority of our problems. It is not easy thing, but at the AMC level, if we want, that will be a fabulous service which is provided to our colleagues and the members for scaling up, for growing, for in general having a better quality of life.
Naren bhai, there are courses,
Narendra,
online courses. There are online courses from various institutions like Symbiosis and all that for 6 months.
I agreed. I think I have done
management.
from the IMM Ahmedabad also for 1 month course. I did long back, but then yes.
Right.
Dr. Narendra, I could answer that query being the president now currently. I happen to be a mentor. Someone mentioned BIRAC. So there's a cocoon at Bhubaneswar where BIRAC has their, I had been there as a mentor because I have studied law. I'm an LLB graduate. So I was there to look at the intellectual property part of entrepreneurship. Okay. So I know what this entire thing is like, you know, what a Shark Tank is and how to come and promote your thing, how to create your presentation, you know, your files and how to make your papers and all that. And during that time, I met a lot of other people, doctors who have done management courses. Dr. Avinash Shedai, I think, is one very, very leading person in this area. We'll try and get in touch with these kind of people and take them on board and see whether we can create a course like that. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Thank you.
Good. Yeah.
Dr. Mukesh Gupta just completed a 6 months course in strategy management from IIM Calcutta. You know, so now everybody does not need to do that 6 months course. Maybe he can just summarize what is strategy. Someone can summarize how to read balance sheets, P&L. So I'll just...
We'll look at the nitty-gritties later, right? We'll carry on this.
So something like this can be worked up.
Yes, we can work it out. We can work it out.
Nehal, if there are any questions in the chat box from the delegates,
I'll just
please
ask
read them out.
Vikram,
that what would you recommend to the doctors? Like, should they be solopreneurs, or do you feel that collaboration, 5 doctors coming together, you know, cracking a business model and then looking at scale? What would your advice be to everyone? And I will also, like, people want to know that what personally made you move away from the solopreneurship and collaborative? Like, what did you see in this particular structure, and why did you choose going this route?
I think, Neil, I probably made those points reasonably clear in my presentation itself. I think solopreneurship has a very limited shelf life. It has a plateau. There is a glass ceiling which you cannot, go beyond. And somewhere you'll have to mitigate the risks that you have as a human being. And there are limitations to what you can achieve singularly as a person. So, but to each its own, to be very honest, there are people who are very happy. So it largely boils down to your personality. If your personality is such that you like to be in control of everything that happens, you want to be that one man person who, where the buck stops, you do not like anybody interfering in how the treatment decisions are made, then you're a better off as a solopreneur where you can create a beautifully nice practice. Mind you, there are going to be limitations in terms of growth that you can achieve there, but you should be happy with it. If you are a person who is very happy and open to suggestions, who wants to create something which is beyond you, which is in a way a legacy creation, where you're okay listening to a friend or a colleague who is not happy with your idea, then you are probably meant to be a part of a group rather than just be a solopreneur. The limitations that exist, as I mentioned, in terms of time, energy, and capital in solopreneurship do not exist when you are a part of a group. And what you can achieve as a group is significantly more than what you can achieve as a single practicing doctor. But I just add a very small caveat here is that group practices are not for every fraternity, as Dr. Deshpande sir mentioned. A robotic surgeon cannot potentially create a group. Well, probably he can if he teams around with five other robotic surgeons and they take over, outsource the robotic departments of all the major institutes. But that is something that we can beautifully contemplate upon it over a cup of coffee. So yes, your branch has to be cognizant of that. There has to be a scope for expansion, and every individual is different. So just a very small comment on what we are discussing here in terms of uh, having these management skill programs. I feel it's not one size fits all. And if you're going to be talking to me about how to create a 500 bedded hospital, that's not something that I want to learn at all. I'm more interested in learning how to create these micro sets and make them successful. So I think the doctor who wants to learn management first needs to ask himself what he wants 10 years from now, and then focus only on that aspect of management rather than learn the entire spectrum of management, because he's going to be lost. He'll have very little knowledge of everything, which may not improve his quality of life or quality of practice. So every person who wants to learn something about management needs to first answer a very pertinent question as to what he wishes to achieve or what he wishes to change in his current style of practice.
Vashish, so well said, so aptly said what you have said right now. It is one wisdom we all should take home today. There is one more question which has come in the chat box saying about rural practice. Considering the rural population and economics in the rural areas, which model would work well there?
So, madam, if you ask me, I'm uh, probably not a believer in creating large institutes at all, because I believe they are extremely capex heavy. Dare I say that it should be the prerogative of the government and the public services to create these large centers of excellence, and it should not be left to only the private players to create these large centers of excellence, because there is a cost to it. And as somebody mentioned, the cost benefit may never be. You will somewhere probably end up shortchanging your profession, your quality, your QC in terms of delivering a certain level of expertise, and still be cost prudent. I believe, uh, as is, probably most management principles will tell us, it's creating these micro centers of excellence. Has to be a hub and spoke where certain level of services will not or cannot be offered in a small center or a small setup. But can we have, a beautiful hub and spoke where what needs to be done in a large corporate hospital or a large public hospital should be done there, and what can be done in a smaller predefined setup need not be in a hospital. You don't need IVF centers, medical oncology clinics, nephrology clinics, dental chains to be there existing in a hospital at all. You're wasting
square feet areas of space which can be utilized for a better cardiothoracic surgery, a better cancer surgery. So I think understanding what needs to be where in the medical pyramid, infrastructural pyramid is very, very important. And having, in fact, 40, 50 bedded multi-speciality hospitals which are catering to everything, you're not doing justice to anybody. You're not doing justice to your patient. You're not doing justice to a nephrologist to whom you're parking 3 beds, or a cardiologist to whom you're parking 4 beds. You're just trying to mitigate your risks, but you're not adding value for yourself or for the environment that you're working in. So, very basic pertinent question that we should answer ourselves.
Thank you, Vashisht, for that very practical and very frank answer. My question now to all the panelists, I'm playing the devil's advocate now. Here I am, Dr. Vikram Khanna, doing well in my practice, earning enough, saving enough. Now to grow, should I, invest wisely in the stock market, real estate, and multiply my capitals, or should I, go for a bigger setup, put in a little more stress of my life? And while I was growing myself, I was also enjoying the AMC international tour. So what, please guide
Can I
us.
take that? Can I take that question first before all the senior dignitaries give you? Because I mean, I have the rub of luck of being the youngest on the panel here. So I'll
Please
take the
go ahead.
liberty, Dr.
Please go
Vikram.
ahead.
I asked this question to my own self about 6 years back when I started doing very well in my medical oncology practice, and I was generating enough revenue to sustain a phenomenally good lifestyle. Now I had 2 options at that point of time. I could have invested that money in the stock market, or I could have invested that money in my business. Now I realized that when I'm putting money into my business, uh, I'm eventually responsible for the quality of processes and the quality of controls that I set in. When I'm investing that money in a oil making plant in Billai, I'm relying on somebody, some hearsay, some other expert, his knowledge, his expertise, and a lot of market factors that I have no control of. So I believe that I should invest my money into my practice and eventually define what I want to achieve out of my practice. I disagree that you are mitigating your risk by going on an AMC tour and putting that money in some other, venture capitalist fund, because you have no idea what that money is, what is happening to that money. So the first one to realize that you're doing something wrong is you. So if you realize that you're putting your money into your own practice and it's not working well, you'll stop doing that. But when you're parking your money into these various stocks, by the time you realize it's not the way it should be, it's too late. That's my assessment of how I've been parking my money.
I think, Vashisht, there will be lots of debate about what you are talking, and I think there will be itself will take a whole day if we start debating on that, what next to be done and what not to be done. But yes, it has to be individualized rather than it make a generalized statement. So what is now at present the Vikram's age? What is the Vikram's risk-taking ability? How does Vikram look from here, that what he wants to do further in the life? What is his family structure? There's so many questions will come before I think we can give a prescription to the Vikram that what should be done. So I think
How old are you, Vikram, now?
Oh, do not ask such private questions publicly.
Oh, no, madam, we are not asking you. It's not a lady's age we are asking. Vikram,
I don't mind telling my age. I'm very proud of the age I've come to and how nicely and gracefully I have aged. So you can ask me anytime.
Sir, I am 47 now.
Oh, so you are still in the gray area. You can still go either way.
Yes, sir. The salt and pepper look has, gracefully come in.
Yeah, and it beneficially also come in. So
from all the discussions that I see over here, I understand one thing, that we should do what we know to do. We should not venture into the unknown for which we have absolutely no idea whatsoever. So when I was listening to all these conversations going on over here, we were talking about 100-bedded and 200-bedded hospitals and all that. And majority of the audience today are nursing home owners having 5 5 beds, 10 beds, maximum 15 beds. The 50 and plus is like way beyond anybody's capacity. So don't go home disheartened by what you've heard today about the crores of rupees that they're talking about. I earn in thousands and I'm very happy with that. You have to decide your satiety center, at what level you want to remain satiated. And all you expert panels over here, I hope you have motivated the younger generation, to go into practice with knowledge as to what they want to do, whether they want to set up their own small clinic, whether they want to go the Vashisht way, which I think is fabulous. Vashisht, I think you've realized, self-realization is so important. And at such a young age, you realize what you wanted. And that is one of the most important things. So you need to take time out for yourself, introspect, find out what you want to achieve in life. You should be better than yesterday that you were. You are in competition only with yourself. Please take home these messages as well and be happy. Over
Madam,
to you.
Madam, before completing, I think one very important point was been probably missed out in our discussion, and I thought somebody will take it because time limit which was given to me was a less. As I was spoken that evolution is a very important thing, and now one important aspect in the today's healthcare. Somebody has spoken about the, I think, Nokia and what is happening to it today. Similarly, in the healthcare, there is a lots of now disruption is coming, and it's already there. And probably that is just another way of looking. And as a part of the evolution for the especially younger generation, we know that pristine care, we know the Glamio, we know the now pharmacy also came into these things. So lots of things are coming up, and where today industry or the whatever the financial experts, they are looking as a growth. They are not looking the what the that company is making a loss or not. Pristine Care is making loss, Glamio is making loss, and those all companies are making loss. But then kind of valuation, they have become unicorn. They have become a 7,000, 10,000 crores of valuation. So yes, that is just another just idea of the scalability. Now I just know about the story of the Pristine Care from in detail. They had a small nursing home. It was not working well. He was about to close down. He was thinking to join some corporate hospital. And luckily for him that his one of the friend was a director of the urban club, and he joined him and they formed the company Pristine Care. And now we know the story, and it became a unicorn within 3 years, within 3 to 4 years. So this is a story. So this is a one angle we have not touched. There's a lack of time at present. I am not going to that detail, but this is another way of things are happening in today's life, that how people are do their business, which increases their valuation.
I think this is just the first FinCon of its series, Narendra sir. So when we plan our next FinCon, let us look at the lacunae left today and take this forward in the next session. We are giving ample time to each speaker to come out with all the nuances of the topics that they've been handled with. And since you were part of the organizing team, we had restricted your time, sir, so that we could allow our guests to speak. Atiti Devo Bhava. So we followed those norms.
Then I thought this was the important point, so let me bring for
yes,
that.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Next FinCon, we really take this into consideration. We talk about a lot of other things which have come in crypto and everything, So we are also going to scale up our FinCons from this to that level. And I hope all of you are there with us in this journey. And today, the learned speakers that are there today, please let us know the lacunae if we have left out something and you feel that our next FinCon should have those topics. We'll be very happy to take your feedback. Thank you. Vikram, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Nilima. Now is the final, part of my duties today is to propose the vote of thanks. So first of all, I would like to thank all our esteemed guest speakers, Dr. Raman Deshpande sir, Dr. Vashisht Maniyar sir, Dr. Narendra Dedia sir, and Mr. Vamesh Chowatia. I would also like to thank the AMC President, Dr. Nilima Bhamre, and the AMC Secretary, Dr. Hemant Dugar sir, for entrusting me with the responsibility of conducting the first FinCon in capacity as AMC Treasurer. I hope I have done justice to your trust and belief. My heartfelt thanks to Nehal Mota and her team at Finovate, especially Rekha, for being my MOC, and to Nehal as co-moderator, and your entire team for conceptualizing this program along with us and giving it such a beautiful shape, and taking it forward. I hope that we will have all the participants today in our next FinCon, which we will announce shortly, and have more interactive participation from all the audience. Thank you, everybody, and enjoy a relaxed and a rejuvenating Sunday afternoon and evening. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very
A
much.
big thank you to everyone who's attended the FinCon today. We had a massive registration and a lot of attendance. My request again to the attendees would be to send us your queries so that we can take them up in our upcoming remaining FinCons. All right, a big thank you from my side to all of you today. The physical marathon, which looked after the health, and even the wealth needs to be healthy. So 2 parts of health we tackled with on one day. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you
Thank you.
so much to all the
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
to take time out. Thank you.
Nehal, आपका mic on hai.
Okay, I'm saying thank you to everyone, to all the AMC committee and all speakers also, to really take out so much time on Sunday to share their knowledge.